Chapter 2788. The powerful aura of a king wreaked havoc, and the ancient trees in the forest fell in one direction. The sixth king of the tree spirits had appeared. Zi Chen was pleasantly surprised. After so many days of perseverance, he finally saw the results today. He did not chase after the creatures that retreated. Just as the tree spirits had said, their next opponent was the king of the depths. This was everyone's common enemy. After becoming the king, Jono's forest area would be even larger. It could even extend to the depths of the forest. However, it was obviously unrealistic to control the entire forest. Even if all the other kings worked together, they would not be able to control the entire forest. This was the true difference between them and the king of the depths. Unfortunately, those trees, 5B4, but Spirit didn't think so. Perhaps after becoming a king, they would feel more confident after sensing their own power. Zi Chen turned back. This time he came under the ancient tree that Jono had transformed into. He could clearly feel an extremely powerful aura. This aura made him feel very uncomfortable. He looked at Jono and said, "Congratulations." Jono opened its eyes. There was obvious joy in its eyes. "I have to thank you for protecting me all this time. This is the first time I've become a king after so many years. I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Then it said again, "Perhaps it's because of this feeling of power that the other kings are overconfident and have the illusion that they are invincible. They think they can defeat everything." In fact, at this moment, Jono indeed had the idea of being invincible. Now, if other invaders came, it would be able to take care of them without Zi Chen's help. However, those invaders were obviously not comparable to the king. Therefore, Jono knew very well that there was still a huge gap between it and the king of the depths. Unfortunately, this is only an illusion. In the end, I still can't escape the fate of being devoured. Hearing Jono's sigh, Zi Chen said, "You've just become a king, and your combat power has greatly increased. No matter how bad it is, you'll still be able to protect yourself. There's no need to be so pessimistic. You don't know. The longer you live and the more you experience, the more you know how terrifying a king is." 5B4. I've encountered a similar situation 6 times. In those 6 times, no tree spirit was able to affect the king in the depths. In the end, the tree spirit was swallowed by the king and helped it break through. Jono said, "Although this feeling of power makes me very infatuated, I still don't think I will be the final victor. Yes, if I didn't encounter you, I would absolutely not have entered the king realm." "Why?" Zi Chen was puzzled. "Isn't it good to become stronger? If you're too strong, you'll be noticed by the kings, and you won't be able to hide. In the end, only death awaits you. This is also the original purpose of the king of the depths, to give all the tree spirits a chance and then let them be destroyed." Jono was very cautious. During this period of time, he had 6 chances to grow, but he gave up on them all, and thus survived until now. Even though he encountered Zi Chen, he still observed Zi Chen for a few days before deciding to show himself. Fortunately, Zi Chen did not disappoint him. Although he was only one person, he still helped him grow and become a king. The appearance of the 6th king caused quite a commotion in this area. During this period of time, the other tree spirits told everyone which direction the 6th king came from. He nurtured a tree spirit king on his own. Looks like that human is quite extraordinary. On the divine race's side, Goots revealed a cold smile when he heard the news. In the distance, the other divine race's side were obviously 16D0. They were extremely shocked when they found out which direction the 6th king came from. The opponent was only one person, but he had protected a tree spirit to become a king. Moreover, he was a level 4 king. This was too terrifying. In front of Goots, the king opened his eyes and looked at Goots. 6 kings is enough. It's time to clean up. A cold smile appeared on Goots' face. "Oh, is that enough?" "It's useless to have too many kings. In the end, we'll have to fight to the death. said the Tree Spirit King indifferently. After becoming a king, he had obtained extremely powerful battle strength, so he naturally had a lot of confidence in his words. All right, Goots nodded. At the same time, similar situations were occurring in other places. It was time to clean up. A new battle was about to erupt. Not good. Jono, who had just become a king, hadn't yet recovered from his excitement. At this moment, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "What's wrong?" asked Zichin. "I just received a message from the other 5 kings. They want to kill all the tree spirits here, leaving only the 6 of us. Then they'll go deeper and kill the strongest king." Jono said, "They're too confident and arrogant. They don't know the true strength of a king." "Then what should we do?" asked Zichin. "There's no way to negotiate with them. However, you outsiders are very meticulous. I hope you can persuade them to stop killing. If we want to win the final battle, we must have an absolute advantage in numbers," said Jono. "All right," Zichin nodded. Killing the ancient tree king wasn't just a matter for the tree spirits. It was also an extremely important matter for all the experts here. After all, if they wanted to leave this place smoothly, they had to kill the ancient tree king. Under the guidance of the tree spirits, Zichan walked in the direction of the kings. He was the first to arrive at the king's place, which was guarded by the sky race. In the outside world, these two were enemies who would definitely fight to the death when they met. However, in this strange world, the boundless forest and the threat of the ancient tree king gave the two sides room to ease their relationship. "It's you." When the sky race saw Zichin, they were also extremely surprised. Cold light flickered in their eyes. "Who has the final say here?" Outside the forest controlled by the kings, Zichin looked at the vigilant sky race. "What do you want?" After a moment, the level 6 sky race that Zichin had seen before walked out. "You have the final say here?" Zichin looked at him. The other party shook his head and said, "My lord is inside. Lead the way." Zichin did not hesitate to walk towards the end of the forest. Everywhere he went, the will of the forest became stronger and stronger. The pressure also became stronger and stronger, but his expression did not change. As he walked forward, even the level 6 sky race was shocked. However, Zichen's expression did not change. Zichin saw someone below the king tree spirit. It was the leader of the sky race this time, a level 6 powerhouse, Goots. He looked at Zichin, who had come alone, and said, "You're quite brave to come here alone." The king tree spirit behind him opened its eyes. There was a cold light in them. "I'm here to negotiate, not to fight. What's there to be afraid of?" Zichin said calmly. "Negotiate." Goots laughed and said, "If you can't give me a reasonable reason for coming, I believe you won't be able to leave alive. Even if I'm willing to let you leave, I believe our king lord will not agree." The ancient trees around them started to extend their leaves and branches, approaching Zichin from afar. Zichin's expression didn't change at all when he saw all of this. He said directly, "If we start to clear out now and only leave 6 powerful kings, it will be very difficult to kill the kings in the depths." "Nonsense," the tree spirit king said coldly. "If 6 kings work together, we'll die for sure." Zichin ignored the king. He looked at Goots and said, "You should have seen what the king was capable of. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the size of the two sides is not comparable." Goots said, "Size does not represent fighting power. In terms of size alone, it's too unconvincing." Zichin continued, "The tree spirit I protect has lived for many eras. It has seen everything that happened in those eras. It saw all the tree spirits that became kings get killed by the king in the depths." "Nonsense," the king tree spirit said again. "It told me that if the tree spirits born on the outskirts of the forest want to defeat the king in the depths, they have to rely on numbers to barely win. It might even be impossible to win." Zichin said, "I'm here to ask you to stop killing. I want all the tree spirits on the outskirts to unite and fight the king in the depths with us. Nonsense. What nonsense? The king tree spirit said coldly. Zichen still ignored the king tree spirit. He looked at Goots and said, "This is not only a battle for the king's interests. It is also very important to us. If the king in the depths does not die, we will never be able to leave this place." Goots fell silent. "Humph. If we go in, it will die for sure," the king tree spirit said. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Hurry up and kill him." As he spoke, the king tree spirit's branches extended toward Zi Chen and attacked. 5 before Chen looked at Goots. His expression didn't change much. He didn't try to dodge the attacks that were coming at him. Goots waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's never wrong to be careful. Don't be fooled by him," the tree spirit king said unhappily. Goots said, "There's nothing wrong with leaving them alive. Once the battle breaks out, they can be the first to act as cannon fodder and exhaust the king in the depths. Don't worry. If the king in the depths dies, you will be the new king." Then he looked at the level 6 in the distance and said, "Go and call the others. It seems that we need to discuss the preparations to attack the king in the depths. Now is the best time to kill it while it is asleep." The level 6 turned and left. Chapter 2789. There were 6 tree spirit kings here, other than the 2 tree spirit kings that Zi-chan and Goots were guarding. There were 4 other tree spirit kings. 4 of them were the guardians of the 4 factions. 2 of them were from the Protoss. 1 was from the Celestial, and the last was a creature from the general level battlefield. When they heard the news, they immediately headed towards Goots' location. Zi-chin stayed here. As long as the tree spirit kings didn't attack him, the other tree spirits wouldn't choose to devour each other. There were already 6 tree spirit kings here. There could only be 6 tree spirit kings. There couldn't be a 7th. The 6 tree spirit kings gathered to discuss how to deal with the tree spirit kings. They were the guardians of the tree spirit kings. Naturally, they were the most powerful beings here. Other than Zi-chin, the others were all level 6. As representatives, they were naturally the most powerful beings in the group. They were the leaders. Interesting. I didn't think there would be a level for among us. One of the level 6 Protoss looked at Zi-chin and sneered. "I find it strange too. If this is a meeting between tree spirit kings, why would they bring a level for? Are they here for the fun or to make up the numbers?" Another level 6 asked. These 2 level 6 divine generals were from the Protoss. Strictly speaking, they were on the same side as Zi-chin. However, at this moment, they seemed to be targeting the level for Zi-chin. "Brother Blake, Brother Ander, don't underestimate Zi-chin. He's the only one among us who's managed to protect a tree spirit king with his own strength," Goots said. When the others heard this, they all looked at Zi-chin. A strange light flashed in their eyes. "Oh, are you saying that a level for like him can compare to you and me? Or is he the equivalent of a group of tree spirit kings?" A cold voice sounded. It was Blake of the Protoss. He was the strongest in the group. Naturally, he didn't think much of a level for Zi-chin. Zi-chin glanced at Blake, but didn't say anything. At this moment, he was thinking. Back when he was heading towards the depths of the king's realm, someone had ambushed him. He guessed that it might have been either Blake or Andy. Guts said, "It's hard to say who's stronger, but Zi-chen's combat power is not to be underestimated. Let's not talk about anything else. Just on our side, a few level 6 experts have already been killed by him." "Oh, then I'm even more curious. I want to know what a mere level 4 is capable of." Black said coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Previously, I also wanted to experience it. Since Brother Blake is interested, then you can go first. Let's see if he's just here to make up the numbers." Andy said. Bly stared at Zi-chin and said coldly, "Do you dare?" Zichen glanced at the provocative Bly and said indifferently, "If you have the energy, then go deal with the kings in the depths." Humph! Black snorted. At this moment, both sides faced each other, but the other two did not speak. Clearly, they were happy to see this happen. After all, out of the 6 kings, the divines took up 3 of the spots. This was slightly disadvantageous for them. All right, let's not talk too much. This time, I called everyone here to discuss how we should form an alliance to enter the depths and kill the ancient Tree King. Guts glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "I believe that everyone has already refined the fruits of the ancient Tree Kings. You should know the use of those fruits." At the mention of the ancient Tree King's fruits, everyone's eyes flashed slightly, but they did not say anything. Even Blake kept his mouth shut and did not provoke Zichen. Goots looked at Zichen and said, "Zichen, why don't you share your thoughts and suggestions with everyone?" Zichen nodded slightly and said, "If we want to leave this place, we have to kill the ancient Tree King. But with our strength, the difficulty is not small. Therefore, we need to form an alliance with the tree spirits. Of course, it's not limited to the 6 tree spirit kings, but also all the tree spirits here." No one said anything to disturb them. Zichen continued, "The tree spirit on my side is a very ancient existence. It has experienced the same thing 6 times and witnessed the ancient Tree King destroy the tree spirits 6 times. It believes that this is all part of the ancient Tree King scheme. It wants to expose the tree spirits and then destroy them. So those tree spirits can't die, at least not for the time being." Zichen continued, "The most important thing now is to take advantage of the ancient Tree King's slumber and work together with the tree spirits to enter the depths." The creature that had been silent until now asked, "How do we work together?" "First, we help the tree spirits grow and then let them control this large forest. After we completely control the will of the forest, we attack the ancient Tree King. Of course, during this process, some tree spirits will inevitably have conflicts due to their own development areas. This needs to be resolved by everyone." When Zichen spoke, he did not avoid the Tree Spirit King. At this time, they clearly understood Zichen's meaning. Bulai said, "If we kill the ancient Tree King, how will the fruits be distributed? And who will be the new ancient Tree King?" The Tree Spirit King's voice also sounded. It could give up the fruits, but it obviously did not want to give up its identity as the Tree Spirit King. The fruits can be distributed according to the amount of effort. As for who will be the new ancient Tree King, I don't think it's necessary to find a new ancient Tree King. Why? The Tree Spirit King asked coldly. If the ancient Tree King really dies, it's also the reason why everyone did their best. Everyone has contributed. Under such circumstances, we must not let the tree spirits fight again and determine who the king belongs to based on strength. Zichen glanced at the tree spirits and said, "If we decide to do that, then they will inevitably hold back during the battle. It might even affect our plan, and we won't be able to kill the ancient Tree King. After talking for so long, you still haven't said what we should do." The Tree Spirit King said, obviously still holding a grudge about becoming the ancient Tree King. "Although there is an end to this area, I have observed that this area can be expanded indefinitely. In that case, why must there be an ancient Tree King? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to develop their own unlimited forces separately? You mean to let the tree spirits develop independently, and then all of them become kings? How can that be? There can only be one king." The Tree Spirit King's voice sounding very dissatisfied. "If there is only one king, then we will face the current situation. There will always be other tree spirits who will find a way to kill the king and replace him. Right now, we have 6 kings here and many other tree spirits. They live together in this forest. If there is no threat from the ancient Tree King, they can develop independently." "No, absolutely not." The Tree Spirit King said, "There can only be one king here. Chen looked at the others and ignored the Tree Spirit King. Although the Tree Spirit King was strong, he was more confident in the strength of the strong ones. He was more concerned about whether the strong ones would join forces and attack together. If everyone went all out, he believed that they could kill the ancient Tree King with their own strength. Of course, it would be better if the tree spirits could hold it back. After Chen finished speaking, Goots looked at the others and said, "What do you all think?" Bly snorted and said, "Although I can't stand a mere level for being in front of me, I have to say that this is the best solution in this situation." "What do you all think?" Goots looked at the others. The others shook their heads, indicating that they had no opinion. "Then next, we will discuss this with the others. Stop all the infighting and let the tree spirits grow as quickly as possible. Then we will go straight into the depths of the world," Goot said. "I think under these circumstances we should divide the areas to avoid unnecessary trouble," Andy suddenly said. The others nodded in agreement. They knew very well what kind of nature the tree spirits were, so they knew the importance of dividing the areas. The next step was to discuss the division of the areas. During this time, they needed the agreement of the 6 kings. During the division, it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts due to the size of the areas. Every tree spirit king felt that they had too little territory. Let them fight for it. It doesn't matter if I have more or less territory. While the 5 of them were fighting for territory, Jono chose to take a step back. This way, Jono's territory would be the smallest, while the other 5 kings would have higher territory. The 5 of them were satisfied, and everything began to proceed according to plan. All the fighting stopped, and the tree spirits began to expand their forces and advance into the depths. On the surface, the forest didn't seem to have changed at all. The forest's consciousness was still there. However, there were differences in strength between the consciousnesses, and they continued to expand into the depths. It's the same forest. If it's ruled by a king, it's naturally stronger. But if it's spread out, how can it kill a king? That human called Chen is talking nonsense. The king, under Goot's protection, said unhappily. These complaints came almost every day. Goots pretended that he didn't hear them. He had his own plans. Because all the tree spirits were united, there were no more infighting. The process of entering the depths of the world was very fast. The original outer region had now become lush and verdant, with luxuriant foliage and ancient trees towering into the sky. The original inner area was now in ruins. The ancient trees had all withered, and yellow leaves danced in the air. The protective light shield around the sleeping ancient tree king also dimmed a little, as if it had been greatly affected. Finally, it was time to attack. Chen and the others advanced into the depths of the forest. Everywhere they passed, the ancient trees flashed with green light. Those green lights were the tree spirits. After expanding to a certain range, they could use the ancient trees to move. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to control the tree spirits. Chapter 2790. Chen and the others appeared. They were all the people in the forest. There were more than 100 of them, including more than 30 level 6 experts. Faces appeared on the ancient trees beside them. They were tree spirits. Other than the 6 tree spirit kings, there were 10 other tree spirits. They were second only to the kings and were already on the same level as the kings. After all, they controlled a path to the depths of the forest and had become very powerful. The ancient tree king in front of them was surrounded by a transparent light barrier. The light barrier was dim, but one could see the fruits on the tree through it. There were more than 10,000 of them. The ancient tree king did not move at all. It was obviously still in a deep sleep. This was the best time to make a move. This was a great opportunity for everyone. There was a commotion in the crowd. Many experts were eager to try. Chen looked at Goots. Goots and Bly walked forward. The 2 of them raised their palms, and the surging aura calmed down. The experts calmed down. "How do you feel?" Qin turned to look at Jono on the ancient tree beside him. I can sense that the king is more powerful than I imagined. We might not win this time, Jono said. If we lose, run. There will be a day when we can kill it, Qin said. Jono nodded. The uneasiness in his eyes dissipated. Leave the rest to us. A cold voice sounded. It came from behind Goots. After all the tree spirits had gathered, it acted like a king, giving orders to the other tree spirits. It already had the air of a king. All tree spirits, listen to my command. Attack with all your might. Do not hold back. The tree spirit king shouted, Attack! As soon as it finished speaking, rays of light appeared on the tree spirits, one after another, and charged forward. These rays of light landed on the defensive light barrier around the sleeping ancient tree king, causing ripples to appear on its surface. All the experts looked forward. They could not help but feel nervous. There were ripples spreading out from those rays of light. B68? More ripples appeared on the light barrier around the ancient tree king. Chi, chi, chi. This continued for a quarter of an hour. As the ripples spread out, the light shields were penetrated. Those rays of light pierced through the light barrier and then moved forward again, landing on the ancient tree king. The other experts knew how powerful the ancient tree king was. At this moment, they were also staring ahead to see if the ancient tree king was about to wake up. The ancient tree king did not wake up and remained indifferent. The rays of light that landed on the ancient tree king's body emitted a devouring power. They began to work together to devour the ancient tree king's vitality. Surging life force entered their bodies through the light, strengthening their souls. It was a wonderful feeling, and some of the tree spirits couldn't help but moan. The ancient tree king still had no reaction. Some of the lights were bright, some were dark, some were strong, and some were weak. During this period, every tree spirit displayed its strongest devouring ability. However, the devouring light behind Qin was relatively dim. He looked back at Jono and asked in surprise, Is there a problem? Jono said, Something doesn't feel right. The ancient tree king shouldn't be so weak. Did we come too early? Is it still in hibernation and has almost no combat power? Qin asked. If that's the case, its defense must be indestructible. I've experienced that era. Back then, even in the outside world, I could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the ancient tree king. Jono said, but now it's so relaxed. I don't think it's normal. Then what should we do? Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat, Jono said, his voice filled with reluctance. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. It came from the tree spirit king behind Goots. At this time, the aura on its body had become incomparably powerful, and the light in front of it had already surpassed that of the other tree spirit kings. It was also the one who devoured the most life force at the fastest speed. The ancient tree king's aura had become weak, and its surface had even turned yellow. It seemed like it would lose its vitality and die at any moment. A cry of alarm came from the side. Stop! Quickly stop! Qin turned around and saw that it was a level 6. At this moment, he was staring at the ancient tree king in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. The fruit on the ancient tree king's head was also slowly shriveling due to the loss of vitality. These people had come for the fruit. If the fruit was gone, they would have come for nothing. The two sides had a conflict of interest, and some experts stepped in to stop them. Scram! A loud roar was heard, and a violent aura surged out. A tree branch coiled around the tree spirit king and lashed out at a level 6 warrior. Slap! The level 6 expert was sent flying. Was it from behind Goots? 1C84? The spirit king's attack had infuriated the crowd. Wave after wave of berserk auras surged out. Whether it was the divine race, or the living race, they all released their auras because of the tree spirit's attack. Scram! Don't even think about stopping me or else die. The cold voice sounded again, and even more branches extended out. The other tree spirits didn't move. They were still devouring the ancient Tree King's vitality. Everyone, don't be rash. Seeing this, Zichen stepped forward and stood in the air. If this continues, the fruit will be gone, the level 6 expert said coldly. We have to pluck the fruit first, another expert said. Our goal isn't just the fruit. If the ancient Tree King doesn't die, we'll be trapped here forever, Zichen said. Trapped? We came here for the opportunity. If we don't have it, what's the point of leaving? The level 6 expert said coldly. Our opportunity is the fruit, and it's going to be gone soon. Goots and the others didn't say anything. They wanted to wait and see. Zichen's expression turned ugly. They could not see the problem, but they didn't do anything. We can't let the fruit disappear like this. Let's do it. The level 6 expert rushed toward the light barrier. Boom! His attack landed on the light barrier, and a surge of energy shook the barrier. A powerful rebounding force was transmitted from the light barrier. The level 6 expert retreated. Idiot! Do you think a king's defense can be broken so easily? Other than us, no one can break this defense. The Tree Spirit King was very proud. Then I'll kill you. The level 6 expert's eyes flashed coldly. He rushed toward the Tree Spirit King. Pah! The branches moved again and hit the level 6 expert. The level 6 expert was sent flying. The tree spirits were very fast. The level 6 expert couldn't dodge them twice. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The level 6 expert shouted. We worked so hard to help them grow, and now they want to destroy our opportunity. Some people's eyes flashed and their auras surged. A battle was about to break out. Zichen, this isn't normal. The ancient Tree King's defense is very strong. If you can't break it, we can't either. This might be the ancient Tree King's scheme, Jono said. Zichen trusted Xiao Nuo very much. He also guessed that something was amiss. He rose into the air and flew towards the light shield in front of him. The power of yin and yang surged on his body. The light gathered on his fist and landed on the light barrier. Boom! A powerful shockwave and terrifying energy surged. Zichen's body was sent flying. Idiot! The Tree Spirit King sneered. Zichen retreated and flew to the front of the tree spirits. Everyone, can you do me a favor? A few tree spirits looked up at him. Can you withdraw the energy light first? Stop devouring and try to break the defense again? Zichen said. The level 6 who wanted to make a move earlier also stopped at this moment. Everyone looked at Zichen, not knowing what he was up to. I think this might be a scheme. If you can open the light barrier when you withdraw the energy and attack again, then my guess will be denied, Zichen said. Human, stop dreaming. I won't cooperate with you, the Tree Spirit King said coldly. Zichen glanced at him and said, Forget it if you don't want to cooperate. Can't you guys cooperate? This is good for all of us. Jono took the initiative to withdraw the energy light. Then, 2 more tree spirits withdrew the light. Then, a few more tree spirits withdrew the light. They knew that the Tree Spirit Kings wanted to clear the area, but Zichen stopped them and allowed them to survive until now. Except for the 5 kings, all the other tree spirits withdrew their energy. Zichen nodded at these tree spirits. Then he looked at the level 6 expert and said, Hurry up and rise into the air. Listen to my command and attack. Although the experts were unwilling, they could only do as they were told. Their figures soared into the air and stood outside the light barrier in midair. Above the tree spirits, new light of energy extended and fell on the light shield. The ripples were stirred up again, and the tree spirits began to attack. Zichen looked at this scene indifferently. The level 6 experts waited quietly. In the other 5 directions, The 5 tree spirit kings were crazily devouring the ancient tree king's vitality. They ignored the situation around them and became stronger and stronger. The frequency of the ripples increased. Soon, a sizzling sound was heard, and the light barrier was broken. Now, attack! Zichen roared. Those powerhouses who were already prepared rushed forward to attack the spot where tree spirit had broken through the barrier. Boom! 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 Powerful energy surged, forming one powerful fluctuation after another, which spread out in all directions. Those experts were all blown away. At the same time, the energy attacks of the tree spirits were also blown away. In an instant, the defense of the light barrier increased several times, and at the same time, it produced a powerful energy wave. How is it? Zichen looked at the tree spirits. Something's wrong, a tree spirit said. At the same time, those level 6 experts also stared at the ancient tree king in the light barrier with vigilance. You damn guy, you're here to ruin my plans again. A cold voice sounded. The ancient tree king opened its eyes and a powerful aura erupted. Chapter 2791. When the ancient tree king woke up, a violent aura surged around its body. Everyone present felt a strong pressure. This pressure was like a divine mountain hanging above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Goots and the others, who had been observing silently, felt the violent aura through the light shield. Their expressions changed. They felt a strong sense of threat. The ancient tree king was staring at Zichen, its eyes filled with murderous intent. It naturally recognized him. Last time, it was Zichen who had stolen many of its fruits alone. It's you again, you damned human. Its cold voice sounded again. A green light passed through the light barrier and headed straight for Zichen. Whoosh! The green light passed through Zichen's body, and an afterimage disappeared. 16D0? Zichen's real body appeared on the other side. The level 6 experts retreated one after another. Their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Through the ancient tree king's words, they clearly knew that this was a trap. They felt lucky. If they hadn't listened to Zichen's words, they would have been in danger. Damn it, let go of me. Damn thing, let go of me. Just as everyone was shocked by the ancient tree king's powerful aura, a furious voice sounded. It was the tree spirit king behind Goots. The 5 kings, including it, had not withdrawn their light before and had only been devouring it. Now that the ancient tree king had woken up, they could no longer do so. This devouring channel had been controlled by the ancient tree king, and it was devouring them instead. They cursed and tried to struggle, but it was useless. The ancient tree king's devouring power was even stronger. They couldn't break free at all and could only wait to be devoured. At this moment, the 5 kings could be considered to have truly sensed the power of the ancient tree king. The other party's aura was like the abyss and the sea, and they were equivalent to a rock in the abyss or a small boat floating on the sea. As long as the sea was angry, they could be destroyed at any time. A pressure from their souls made them feel the difference between them and the ancient tree king. Other than combat power, they also felt their bloodline. It was like a natural king meeting a lowly being. A deep sense of fear and helplessness appeared in the hearts of the 5 tree spirit kings. Their vitality was rapidly draining away. This speed was much faster than when they were being devoured earlier. The fruits from before had already become plump and translucent. Clearly, everything from before was just an illusion. Goots, save me! Save me! The tree spirit king behind Goots shouted. His voice was filled with fear and pleading. Goots' expression turned serious. He ignored the tree spirit king's pleading and waved his hand. Do it! A group of celestials rushed forward. Energy surged out from their bodies, and a terrifying aura instantly engulfed the area. Next, they attacked the light barrier. Boom! 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 The powerful attack landed on the light barrier, and a destructive wave of energy burst out. The light barrier rippled and trembled continuously. "Cut off the energy connection first," the Tree Spirit King shouted. Its voice was still filled with fear. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another rose into the air and launched powerful attacks at the ancient Tree King's defense. No one paid any attention to the 5 Tree Spirit Kings, even though they were pleading nonstop. "Zi-Chin, save us!" The Tree Spirit Goots was guarding Saw. Zi-Chun flashed past its eyes. Hope reignited in its eyes. The other 4 Tree Spirit Kings also looked at Zi-Chun with hope, hoping that he could help them. Zi-Chen dodged an attack and looked up at the ancient Tree King. He ignored the 5 kings. If the ancient Tree King was distracted by the devouring, he would definitely be happy to see this happen and kill the ancient Tree King. These 5 Tree Spirit Kings were extremely selfish. He couldn't stand them. The other tree spirits naturally wouldn't interfere. At this moment, they could feel the ancient Tree King's soul trembling. They were already planning to escape. A bunch of ants. "Do you think you can run away?" The ancient Tree King snorted coldly. Its aura suddenly erupted again. Green light rippled out from its body and spread in all directions. Cries of alarm sounded from behind Zi-Chin. It was the tree spirits. They seemed to have been attacked. Zi-Chen immediately turned around and saw the pained expressions on the faces they had manifested. "What's wrong?" Zi-Chen asked. "The ancient Tree King is devouring our vitality through its roots," Jono said. "We have to cut off this connection quickly." Zi-Chen nodded and leaped into the air. He stood in the air and gripped his saber tightly. The yin and yang energy on his body shone with a blinding light. Whoosh! He unsheathed his saber and slashed at the ground. The saber light broke through the ground and slashed at the roots. Boom! An energy shockwave sounded. The ground rumbled and soil flew everywhere. The saber light was stopped by the roots. While the others were attacking the light barrier, Zi-Chen was attacking the ground. This attracted many people's attention. "Attack the ground first and stop the connection between the 2 sides," Zi-Chen said loudly and slashed again. At this time he could clearly see the exposed roots. These roots were crisscrossed and shone with green light. "Ignore him. Let's continue attacking the light barrier. Once we break the light barrier, we'll kill the ancient Tree King." Bly said, "If we cut off the roots, the ancient Tree King won't be able to devour other tree spirits or absorb vitality from other ancient trees. Its combat strength will naturally be greatly reduced," Zi-Chen said again. The saber light slashed down and cut off a large number of roots. However, after these roots were cut off, there was light lingering on them, and they were still trying to repair themselves. The yin and yang energy in front of Zi-Chin turned into balls of light and flew out. Then they formed small lotuses in midair. These small yin-yang lightning lotuses fell down, letting out continuous explosions. The power of lightning within it wreaked havoc on the tree roots. It was a law of destruction, destroying the vitality of the tree roots. "Don't just stand there. Doing this will only benefit us. There's no harm." Seeing that the others were still not doing anything, Zi-Chin shouted again. His voice was a little anxious. This was because the tree spirits could not hold on for much longer. "Let's go!" Bly's figure flashed, and he appeared on the other side, attacking the ground. He had been targeting Zi-Chin from the beginning. He did not expect that he would be the first to believe in Zi-Chin and attack. Whoosh! 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 After Bly, more figures appeared. These figures rapidly approached the tree spirits and began to attack the ground. "Human, I want you dead." One root after another was cut off. The ancient Tree King's devouring power was clearly weakened. It let out an angry roar, and green light shot out from the light barrier, heading straight for Zi-Chin. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zi-Chen's back. His body was like a phantom, leaving behind afterimages as he dodged these attacks. Goots and the others stopped attacking the light barrier and started attacking the roots on the ground. During this time, even the roots of the 5 Treant Kings were cut off by them. However, this was not enough to save the 5 Treant Kings, because the 5 rays of light that connected the 2 sides through the light barrier still did not dissipate. They kept begging, but no one would help them. Goots, you didn't keep your promise. The Tree Spirit Kings said coldly, I protected you to become a king, allowed you to expand your strength, and fought for the greatest benefits for you. How can this be called not keeping my promise? Goots looked at them and continued attacking. But you're not helping us. It's not that I'm not helping you, but I can't. If I really don't help you, why should we save the other tree spirits? Goots said calmly, if you want to blame someone, blame the 5 of you for being too greedy. If you had trusted Zeechin a little, respected the other tree spirits a little, or been a little less selfish, things would not have turned out like this. The other powerhouses did not speak. They were not fools, as they could become Black Order powerhouses. Their intelligence was as clear as a mirror. The reason why they did not help was because of the benefits. Pooh, pooh. Tree roots were cut off one after another, and the ancient tree king's devouring power was decreasing. Zeechin, there's more to the side. Keep moving forward. During this time, Jono would inform him of the location of the remaining tree roots. Due south. Zeechan would also remind the others to attack faster. During this time, the ancient tree king attacked him with green light again and again, but he dodged them all. Compared to the last time, he had increased a level, so his speed was naturally faster. Go to hell, human. Go to hell. The ancient tree king's killing intent towards Zeechin had reached its peak. More green light flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they headed towards Zeechin. Zeechin chose to teleport and dodged the attacks. Pooh, pooh, pooh. More powerhouses joined in, and more tree roots were cut off, until the last one was cut off. At the same time, Zeechin flew over those cut-off tree roots, and yin and yang energy descended one after another, enveloping those broken tree roots. In this yin and yang energy, there was Zeechen's law of destruction. These laws wrapped around the broken tree roots, preventing both sides from repairing them. At this moment, the ancient tree king could only devour the vitality of the 5 kings. Just as Zeechen was considering whether to save them, he realized that the defensive light shield around the ancient tree king distorted a few times before disappearing. At the same time, more green light extended from the ancient tree king. Some went towards the powerhouses, but most of them landed on the ancient trees with tree spirits. Pooh, 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 pooh. These lights landed on the ancient trees, and at the same time, they also sealed the tree spirits. The energy lights turned into channels, once again devouring their vitality. Seeing this scene, Jono's expression became extremely ugly. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Zeechin!" Zeechin flew towards Jono. Jono's spiritual body left the ancient tree and headed towards Zeechin. Chapter 2792. Jono did not hesitate to abandon the ancient tree's body, and his soul flew into the sky. At this moment, the large ancient tree under his control instantly withered and lost more than half of its vitality. Some of this vitality was taken away by Jono, while some was devoured by the ancient tree king. After his soul left the ancient tree, the energy light that the ancient tree king had landed on the ancient tree no longer devoured the vitality. Instead, it went up and chased after Jono. Zeechen's world opened up above, and Jono flew towards it. During this time, he sent a voice transmission to the other tree spirits. Quickly abandon your body and leave this place with your soul. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The strength of the ancient tree king was completely within his expectations. Therefore, after the ancient tree king removed the light barrier, Jono took the initiative to abandon his body. This way, Although his losses would be great, he could save his life. Just like the previous 6 times, even if the tree spirits joined forces this time, they were still unable to defeat the ancient Tree King. Jonah's reminder was timely. This was also his experience. If he wanted to live, he had to be decisive. However, the other tree spirits did not follow his instructions. It was not that they did not trust him, but that they were reluctant to leave this place and were a little ignorant. A few of them did so decisively, but they did not completely abandon the tree body. Instead, after losing a portion of their souls and escaping from the ancient Tree King's devouring, they used the tree body to escape into the distance. They planned to escape to the outside world and hide in their deep sleep like before. The devouring light was about to reach Jonah. He knew that he did not have much time left. If he continued to delay, his soul would not be able to be saved. He did not continue to persuade him. With a flash of light, he entered Zi Chen's world. Those tree spirits were still quickly leaving, and Jonah knew that they had no chance of survival. The light barrier around the ancient Tree King shattered, and its body appeared. Those experts no longer attacked the underground tree roots, and instead flew towards the ancient Tree King. Swoosh! 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 These experts flew towards the ancient Tree King, one after another. Light surged on their bodies as they displayed all kinds of methods. Their goal was very clear. It was for those fruits. After a slight hesitation, Zichen followed. Since those tree spirits were unwilling to leave, he naturally would not force them. 111C. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the ancient Tree King's body. A powerful wave spread out in all directions, bringing with it substantial vibrations that forced the nearby experts to retreat. Most of the tree spirits took the opportunity to escape, but the 5 kings remained. They wanted to run, but they couldn't. The 5 devouring lights were connected to their souls, so they couldn't give up even if they wanted to. Under such circumstances, they could only hope that they could last longer until these people killed the ancient Tree King. But in the next moment, they despaired. All of you must die. The ancient Tree King's cold voice rang out again. Balls of light appeared on its body one after another, and those balls of light quickly flew forward. The ball of light landed on the ground and transformed into a human figure. With a flash, he entered the ancient tree. Unlike the human figures that Tsang Jingwa had materialized, the human figures formed by the balls of light this time were even more powerful. They were the souls of the ancient Tree King, and their identities were equivalent to clones of the tree spirits. After they entered the ancient tree, they immediately chased after him. Wherever they passed, ancient trees began to glow, indicating that these ancient trees were already under their control. Sensing the scene, all the tree spirits were in despair. Although it was easy for them to control an ancient tree, it was definitely not so easy. This situation could only mean one thing. These ancient trees were controlled by the ancient Tree King from beginning to end. Even if they could control them, it was only temporary. As long as the ancient Tree Kings will descended, they would be able to regain control. The heavenly thunder wings on Zi Chen's back flapped, and his figure quickly rushed forward, leaving behind afterimages wherever he passed. Several streaks of green light followed closely behind him, obliterating his afterimages. Like the others, he was quickly approaching those fruits. After the souls flew out of his body, the ancient Tree King's violent aura had clearly weakened. He had to take advantage of this time to speed up and obtain more fruits. Buzz. Energy fluctuations came from the front. The level 6 Bu Lai had already arrived in front of the ancient Tree King. The energy around him surged, transforming into a huge beast. He was in the middle of the beast. The huge beast roared at the sky, releasing a powerful aura. Pa! 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 Ray after ray of green light rapidly lashed the giant beast's body, producing loud and clear sounds. The huge beast's speed was not affected at all, and it reached the tree trunk. In the middle, Bulai immediately reached out and grabbed at those fruit trees. During this time, he even used the doppelganger technique that Zichen had used before. Under the protection of the huge beast, one doppelganger after another grabbed at those fruits. It was obvious that the huge beast's defense was very strong. "Damn it, get out of my way!" The ancient tree king was furious, and more green lights swept toward Bulai. Buzz! On the other side, the void shook again, and a huge energy hand shining with divine light appeared. This huge hand went straight ahead. The huge hand was very fast, and wherever it passed, the green lights were left behind. It was the God-binding hand. The God-binding hand displayed by a level 6 divine general. Zichen glanced at Andy, who was currently focused on controlling the God-binding hand to grab at those fruits. A hissing sound came from the other side. The expert made his move, and a huge python appeared behind him. The python was thousands of feet long, and its head alone took up a large space. It opened its mouth, and a black hole appeared, swallowing everything in front of it. A powerful suction force fell on the ancient tree king. As the branches and leaves swayed, the fruits left the branches and flew toward the black hole. At this moment, the other experts also used their own methods to harvest the fruits. In the past, it would have been difficult for them to obtain these fruits, but now it was much easier. It was obvious that the souls that had left earlier had a great impact on the ancient tree king. Goots also arrived in front of the ancient tree king. His body suddenly exploded into 4 figures. 5 before? They flew in 4 different directions. At this moment, no one could tell which of the 4 bodies was the real one and which was the doppelganger. At this moment, no one held back, and they all wanted to obtain as many fruits as possible to reach a higher level. During this time, many people had already succeeded, and they were not satisfied with the current situation. They all wanted more. In this situation, Zichen would not hold back. He displayed his extreme speed, and the space around him began to distort, and then the 8 Saber Ancestors' tablets appeared. With the Saber Ancestors' tablets protecting him, his speed was even faster, and he was moving in a straight line. All the attacks that flew toward him were blocked by the tablets. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the ancient tree king. Buzz! Suddenly, the void trembled, and a large green net appeared in front of him and fell on his head. This was the ancient tree king's attack, and it was a special treatment for him because there were no similar attacks anywhere else. Seeing the net about to fall, Zichen's expression did not change, and he activated his world realm, teleporting to the edge of the net and dodging the attack. Whoosh! 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 The moment Zichen's body appeared, the doppelgangers rushed out of his body and went straight to the fruits. There were so many doppelgangers, and they formed a black mass. When the people near Zichen saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but change. How could this make him feel? 5 before? Thinking back to the last time when everyone had only obtained 1 fruit, Zichen alone had obtained more than 20. Some even fell to the ground along the way. Now they had more than a dozen fruits, so how many could Zichen get? Behind Zichen, a divine doppelganger appeared. He formed a seal with both hands, and the god trapping palm flew forward quickly. The palm fell at close range, and it caught no less than 100 fruits. Whoosh! At the same time, a gap opened in the void above Zichen, and hundreds of tentacles stretched out from the gap. As these tentacles moved forward, they turned into palms, and each palm could catch at least 1 fruit. Some of the doppelgangers were destroyed, but some had successfully reached the fruits, and each of them grabbed 2 fruits. At a glance, there were more than 50 doppelgangers. Zichen alone occupied an area, and he had taken over hundreds of fruits. This scene was not only shocking, but also enviable. The ancient tree king was not at its peak, so Zichen naturally had to seize the opportunity. His body flickered, and a large number of doppelgangers appeared again. At the same time, he held the long saber in his hand and slashed down. The sharp saber slashed at the branch in front of him, instantly cutting off a large section of the branch. The branch fell down, and many shining fruits hung on it. 5 before, when the others saw the fruits on the branch, they all subconsciously swallowed their saliva and exclaimed in their hearts. During this time, some people tried, but they found that the attack was extremely weak and could not cut off the branch at all. They even destroyed some of the fruits that they should have gotten. Whoosh! The branch fell down, and some people nearby rushed over. If they could get the branch, they would be satisfied this time. At this moment, the space below distorted, and a black hole appeared out of thin air, and the branch fell into the black hole. The black hole was Zichen's world, and at this moment his world had already spread out. Just like last time, the scene of hard-earned fruits falling to the ground would not appear again today. Chapter 2793. The saber in Zichen's hand was a 9 extreme weapon, which was sharp enough. At this moment, this sharpness was directly displayed, and a large section of the thick tree trunk was cut off for the second time. On this tree trunk, there were many shining fruits hanging. Buzz! When the fruits fell, the space distorted, and Zichen's world opened, directly taking these fruit trees and their trunks into it. Just from these 2 harvests alone, the number of fruits had reached a huge number. Apart from that, the other clones had also picked the fruits and returned to the group. The tentacles that the brood mother extended also picked the fruits, and the harvest was not small. The god-trapping hand also grabbed a large number of branches, leaves, and fruits. Such a harvest had long been envied by others. Die, human! The ancient tree king was completely furious, and its angry voice resounded throughout the world. The first time Zichen robbed it of more than 20 fruits, it was already furious. Previously, it had even ruined its plan, so it had to appear in advance. Now that the other party had robbed it of hundreds of fruits, the anger in its heart was almost igniting the tree trunk. Although it was very angry, it was also a little embarrassed at this moment. If it attacked Zichen with all its strength, the 5 tree spirit kings would definitely take the opportunity to escape, and if it split its soul to chase after him, its combat power would be even lower. At that time, other people would obviously snatch more of its fruits. However, if it did not attack Zichen, and Zichen continued to plunder like this, it was afraid that he would snatch all of its fruits. The furious ancient tree king was a little embarrassed. Buzz! The void trembled, and one green light after another appeared. These green lights quickly swept toward Zichen, and a powerful aura kept surging. The green light was very fast, and when it hit the blade domain, it made cracking sounds and sputtered boundless energy. The attack was very strong, but it could not break the blade domain. When the other spiritual shields saw this scene, their faces were filled with envy, and at the same time they secretly hated themselves for not having such a defense. If they had such a defense, they believed that their harvest would definitely not be less than Zichen's. When the energy of the green light completely dissipated, it still could not break the other party's defense. The ancient tree king knew that it could not delay any longer, or its losses would be even greater. It let out a sharp cry, and a ray of light appeared on its body. This was its soul power. After the light appeared, it immediately turned into a huge palm. His palm emitted a brilliant green light, surging with a vast and terrifying aura as it headed straight for Zichen. Wherever his palm passed, space would distort crazily as if it was about to shatter. Sensing this powerful aura, the expressions of the surrounding experts changed drastically. They all retreated into the distance in fear. Boom! The palm fell on the Saber Ancestor's tablet, and a powerful force raged. The domain formed by the Saber Ancestor's tablet was distorted several times before it exploded with a bang. Within the domain, Zichen was swept away by a powerful wave of energy. He coughed up blood and flew backwards. Even after breaking through the domain, the palm imprint in the sky did not dissipate and continued to descend upon him. As the palm fell, Zichen felt the space around him being sealed by a strong force. A suffocating pressure fell on him, making him unable to move. His expression instantly changed, and a sense of impending doom shrouded his heart. Shwa! In the collapsing saber domain, 8 saber ancestor tablets appeared, blocking in front of him. Boom! As the palm imprint fell, a saber ancestor tablet was sent flying. Boom! The second saber ancestor tablet was sent flying. Boom! Boom! More saber ancestor tablets were sent flying. These saber ancestor tablets could not resist the palm imprint for even a moment and were instantly sent flying. However, after flying for a distance, the saber ancestor tablet flickered and then disappeared into thin air. The experts who had been staring at the saber ancestor tablet in the distance were very disappointed when they saw the saber ancestor tablet disappear into thin air. After sending 8 saber ancestor tablets flying in a row, the power of the palm imprint was greatly reduced. The terrible pressure that fell on Zichen was slightly reduced. Zichen's thunder wings flapped behind him, and the power of thunder flashed. He broke free from the pressure and instantly disappeared from where he was. The palm imprint emitted a green light. After missing its attack, it continued to pursue Zichen. During this period, all of Zichen's doppelgangers had been shattered by the palm imprint. The divine avatar and the tentacles of the brood mother had returned to the world. Compared to last time, he had gained more. So after avoiding this attack, he chose to retreat without hesitation. He retreated by teleporting. The first time he teleported hundreds of miles away, and after escaping the pressure of the ancient Tree King, he teleported thousands of miles away the second time. He was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the palm imprint chased for dozens of miles, it flew back unwillingly. One after another, the sounds of explosions rang out. Those were the sounds of energy exploding. Miserable cries rang out one after another. After losing its main target, the palm imprint began to destroy others. Zichen fled just like that, leaving the others behind. These people suffered the wrath of the ancient Tree King. The remaining power of the palm imprint killed several more experts before dissipating. The other experts were very unwilling to leave, so they continued to use all kinds of methods to snatch the fruit. Some succeeded and some failed. Those who succeeded left with the fruit. Those who failed were seriously injured and retreated, and those who were unlucky were directly killed. The 5 tree spirit kings were still asking for help, their voices getting weaker and weaker. At this time, everyone was busy snatching the fruit, so no one paid attention to them. In the end, their cries for help turned into mournful screams. Their souls dispersed, and they died completely. The ancient Tree King devoured their life force, and its aura became even more powerful. A powerful shockwave spread out, and all the experts were pushed back by this shockwave. This included the powerful level 6 experts like Goots. All of you must die. The ancient Tree King's cold voice rang out, and a tyrannical aura surged around it. At this time, it no longer needed to divert its attention to devour the 5 tree spirit kings. At its peak, the ancient Tree King was powerful and terrifying. Go. Seeing this, Goots and the others decisively fled. Do you think you can leave? A cold light flashed in the ancient Tree King's eyes, and more green light extended forward. This time, the green light was not only faster, but also more powerful. Some of the slower ones were directly entangled by the green light and dragged backward. They kept struggling, but it was useless. They were all swallowed up by the ancient Tree King. All kinds of lights flashed in front, and the others used secret techniques to escape. Zichen kept teleporting, again and again, toward the outside world. After obtaining so many fruits this time, he was confident that he could reach level 5 in a short time. This was because his method of breaking through was different from others. As long as he comprehended the fifth sword Tao, he would be able to level up. After leveling up, his sword territory level would increase, and his combat power would also become stronger. As he moved forward, he suddenly heard a scream. He looked toward the direction of the scream and saw a large patch of glowing ancient trees. At the edge of the glowing ancient trees, the other ancient trees were slowly withering. It's a tree spirit. At the same time, Zichen also saw a cold face appear in one of the ancient trees. He immediately recognized that it was a tree spirit formed by the ancient tree king's soul. In this face, another face would appear from time to time. Every time that face appeared, it would be contorted in pain, and it would constantly scream. This was a life and death battle between two tree spirits. For Zichen, this was a great opportunity. He didn't hesitate and directly descended. As he descended, the glowing ancient trees below attacked him one after another. Zichen's body was surrounded by the yin-yang light. These energies merged in midair, turning into a yin-yang blade that flew forward. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the yin-yang blade passed, the attacks of the ancient trees were all destroyed. His body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The tree spirit who was fighting during this period saw him. The struggling tree spirit immediately launched a counterattack as if it had seen a chance of survival. Buzz! After landing, Zichen once again opened the Saber Ancestor's tablet and formed the Sword Territory. Zichen flashed into the Sword Territory. He held a long saber in his hand, and a saber light emerged from the tip of the saber. He used the saber light formed by the yin-yang energy to draw a circle in the Sword Territory. This circle cut off all the roots of the ancient trees. At this point, the two tree spirits could not escape from the Sword Territory. After doing all this, Zichen looked forward and saw that the tree spirit formed by the ancient tree king's soul had the absolute upper hand. With a shrill scream, the tree spirit was killed and devoured. Then the tree spirit's body flashed and disappeared into the ancient tree. Buzz! The barrier of the blade domain trembled, and a beam of light was bounced back, landing on the ancient tree again, turning into a cold face. Zichen unsheathed his saber and slashed forward. Above the cold face, the pair of cold eyes flashed with a cold light. Branches fell from above, forming a tree wall that flashed with a green light. The saber light fell on the tree wall. As the energy trembled, the tree wall was cut in half. At the same time, the saber light did not slow down and went straight to the tree trunk. Light flashed, and a light shield appeared on the tree trunk, just like the light shield formed by the ancient tree king. The saber light fell on the light shield, and after a few flickers, it disappeared one after another. Whoosh! As soon as the first saber light disappeared, the second saber light appeared and went straight ahead. The tree spirit resisted again. Zichen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the other side, slashing out with his saber again. This was the range of his sword territory. It was very easy to fight against a tree spirit without the help of the ancient tree. After a few consecutive slashes, the tree spirit's defense was completely destroyed. In the end, Zichen's figure flashed and arrived in front of the tree spirit. The long saber in his hand slashed forward. Wherever the long saber passed, for sword intents of the general level lingered and surged on it. Puff! Chapter 2794. The ancient tree king had split out many souls earlier, and those souls turned into human bodies to chase after the other tree spirits. Wherever these souls passed, the ancient trees would be controlled by the ancient tree king again. Zichen stepped forward and picked up this glowing soul that had no consciousness. In his perception, this soul of the ancient tree king was very pure, just like those mother nests that he had refined back then. He put away this soul. At this time, the other ancient trees around him had already turned yellow, and too much of their vitality had been lost. His figure rose into the air again, wanting to find a similar opportunity. It was a coincidence that he could encounter it, but it would be very difficult to find it deliberately. Moreover, the reason why Zichen could succeed was because the explosion of the tree spirit before its death trapped him, right? B68? This allowed him to seize the opportunity to use his domain to cut off the tree roots. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the other party. After a fruitless search, Zi-chan returned to the area where Jono was originally. Jono's former body had withered after losing its soul. It would not be long before this huge tree body completely withered, turned into ashes, and disappeared. After a few years, perhaps a new tree would grow out from the roots. However, whether it would become a new tree spirit was unknown. This was the end of the world. Zi-chin stopped here, and with a flash he entered his own world. At this time, Jono was in human form, wandering in Zi-chen's world. Its soul would occasionally exclaim, and it was very curious about everything it saw. Zi-chen appeared beside Jono. At this time, Jono was floating above a valley. There were some small spirit beasts playing in the valley. There were spirit flowers everywhere, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the air. A stream passed through the valley, and the frolicking little beasts splashed a lot of water. Qiao Nuo stared intently, his eyes flashing with light. I've never seen these things before. Is this a new world? Jono asked, its words filled with unconcealable curiosity and amazement. This is the world I cultivated. Perhaps one day it will become a real world. Zi-chen looked at the spirit beasts in the valley. He wasn't sure what this path would be like as he continued on. This place is very big, and there are many strange creatures living here. Jono said excitedly, if we develop here, it will definitely be very smooth, right? The world you are in is actually very big. Unfortunately, the ancient tree king can't accommodate other tree spirits. If the ancient tree kings gave all the tree spirits a chance and allowed them to expand as much as they wanted, the size of this world would be even larger, and more powerful ancient tree kings would be born. Unfortunately, the ancient tree king did not think so. Can I take root here? Jono turned to Zi-chen and asked, You don't plan to go back? Zi-chen said in surprise, If nothing unexpected happens, we can kill the ancient tree king next time. You will be the only tree spirit in this world and the future king. Kings are very strong. Jono said, No matter how strong it is, it will still die because we have to leave this place. If everyone had to leave, then the ancient tree king naturally had to die. This time, Jono thought about it seriously, then shook his head and said, No, I'll stay here, unless you don't want me to stay in your world. I'm very willing, but it's mainly up to you. Zi-chen said, Of course, if you really want to stay in my world, then I know a better place. I think that place is very suitable for you. Where? Jono asked curiously. The world I came to? 5B4? The area of that world is more than tens of thousands of times larger than my world. It can be said to be endless. If you develop there, I believe that you will definitely become stronger, at least stronger than the ancient tree king. Of course, there might be some difficulties in the early stages, but my city is there and my friends are there. They can protect you until you grow up. Is it the world you live in? Jono asked. Yes, my friends, my lover are all there. Zi-chan waved his hand, and space distorted, and the brood mother appeared in front of them. It was very surprised to be suddenly teleported here. After seeing Zi-chan, it respectfully called him master. Ever since they had come here, the mother nest's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Originally, it had been unwilling to accept Zi-chan as its master, but now it was completely willing. The more it called him master, the smoother it became. It's a brood mother, and its situation is similar to yours. After I leave here, it will develop its forces around where I live, Zi-chan said. The brood mother naturally knew what kind of existence the tree spirit was, and it could not be compared to it, because it was a higher life form, and in its eyes, even Zi-chen could not compare to it. Of course, it would not say it out loud right now. It knew very well how useful the tree spirit was to Zichen. If it was really willing to go, it would be of great help to Zichen. Once it grew up, 5B4, that would be even more incredible. Putting aside the difference between higher and lower life forms, the tree spirit was almost the same as it. The only difference was that it could not move. Although it could not move, it could control the movement of many celestials. What the brood mother did not know was that Zichen valued Jono's immobility. An immobile Jono would be the strongest defense outside Zichen City in the future. As for the brood mother, it would be the strongest attack. Just think about it. He had an impenetrable defense and an endless army of celestials. When he developed to a certain scale, who would dare to provoke him? There are humans and other creatures in that world. You won't feel lonely, and there's even denser energy of heaven and earth. Zichen said what the heavenly realm had. Of course, it sounded more like a lure. All right. Hearing Zichen's description, Jono nodded. It was also full of yearning for that world. It was equivalent to finding an impenetrable defense for the city in the future. Zichen was also in an extremely good mood. After he began to count the harvest this time, his mood became even better. The harvest this time was so great that he could squander these spirit fruits and improve his strength quickly. The golden body and the yin-yang doppelganger appeared one after another. They each took a spirit fruit and refined it, focusing on comprehending the 5th general level saber intent on the saber ancestor's tablet. Zichen's real body, 5B4, he was comprehending the yin and yang energy. This was the greatest wealth he had obtained until now. It was also because of the yin and yang energy that he was unique. Therefore, as long as he fully comprehended the yin and yang energy, his combat strength would be greatly improved. In his left hand, the extreme yang energy surged, shining with a bright golden light. On his right hand, the extreme yin energy flashed, shining with a silver light. With a move of his spiritual senses, the two energies began to converge. The two energies met, then began to rotate and intertwine. This was still the yin and yang energy, which had not completely merged into a new energy. However, even if it was Jiaorong, it still took Zichen a very long time to reach this step. The energy in his body was constantly converging in front of him. As the energy increased, Zichen's control was tested. At this moment, Zichen could completely turn this energy into a yin-yang thunder lotus, and the power of this thunder lotus would be unprecedentedly powerful. After feeling that he had reached the limit of his control, Zichen stopped transmitting the energy and then let it continue to compress. During the compression process, waves of fluctuations spread out. These fluctuations were extremely powerful and terrifying. Ordinary divine generals could not get close at all. Boom! During the compression, there was a slight deviation in the yin and yang energy. This energy directly exploded, producing destructive fluctuations. Zichen's body was sent flying through the air, and there were wounds all over his body. 5B4 streaks of blood appeared on his body, making him look extremely embarrassed. Even the powerful perfect form was unable to withstand the tyrannical energy wreaking havoc. This was an indiscriminate attack, which hurt both the enemy and himself. Fortunately, he was only injured, and the rule breaking did not affect him. Zichen's body surged with light, and these wounds quickly healed. After that, he continued to sit cross-legged and tried to comprehend the energy, striving to improve his control of the yin and yang energy. Boom, boom, boom. Time passed. Jono, who was traveling in Zichen's world, could hear the sound of energy roaring almost every day. Occasionally, when he saw Zichen, he would be covered in scars. Those clones were still refining the spirit fruits, using them to comprehend the sword intent. At present, it seemed that he was the only one in this world who was wantonly squandering like him. In other places, those experts also turned back. This time, all the tree spirits were wiped out, making them feel the power of the ancient Tree King once again. As such, an alliance was inevitable. No matter what grudges they had in the outside world, if they wanted to leave this place, they had to form an alliance. Fortunately, the others also had a good harvest this time. After refining the spirit fruits, they also leveled up one after another. Those who were at level 5 had leveled up to level 6, and some of those who were at level 6 had leveled up to level 7. For example, Bly, B68, Goots, and the other experts also leveled up one after another. After leveling up, they began to stabilize their strength. During this time, they could not forget about Zichin because he had obtained too many spirit fruits. If they could get those spirit fruits and refine them, they would definitely reach a higher level. They could level up to level 7 from level 6, and even level 8 from level 7. After they finished refining the spirit fruits, they thought of Zichin one after another. There was almost no need for discussion. Just a look was enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Thus, this last army of more than 100 experts began to look for Zichin. Zichin had just leveled up, and his true body was still comprehending the yin and yang energy, so he was still at level 4. At level 4, he could avoid being detected by level 5 experts, but he could not avoid being detected by level 6 and 7 experts. It didn't take long for his hiding place to be found. As the world was attacked, Zichen's figure appeared, and he saw experts appearing around him one after another. Chapter 2795. When Zichin appeared, he saw that there was a group of strong cultivators standing around him. He estimated that almost all the people who had entered the depths that day were here. It was not that those who did not come, but that they had all died in battle. "What's the matter, everyone?" Zichin looked around and said calmly, "Nothing important. We just want to borrow something from you." Bly, who had reached level 7, said, "No," Zichin said decisively. Beside him, Andrew smiled and said, "That's interesting. Most people will only answer after asking for something. You're quite direct." Zichin said coldly, "I don't care what you want to borrow. I won't lend it to you. So there's no room for negotiation?" Bly's eyes turned cold. Of course. Zichin was still very strong. He was very clear about the purpose of these people's visit. It was none other than to refine all the spirit fruits he had obtained. However, they were not satisfied, so they wanted to take advantage of him. If he didn't act strong, even if he had thousands or tens of thousands of spirit fruits, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, these people might not appreciate the spirit fruits, so Zichin couldn't give them any. "So you want to fight?" Bly stared at Zichin, his eyes filled with undisguised, killing intent. "Anytime," Zichin replied coldly. He was only at level 4. He would be a powerful expert in the outside world, but here he was the weakest. After sensing his level 4 aura, everyone laughed. However, no one made a move. Zichen's strength had been proven countless times to be able to protect a tree spirit and become a king. Those who were unconvinced had all become corpses. "All right, we're just joking. Actually, we're here to discuss with you when to attack the ancient Tree King in the depths," Goot said. Dealing with the ancient Tree King was a big deal. Zichin didn't want to ignore it, so he asked, "What do you think?" "Now that all the tree spirits are dead, we can only rely on ourselves," Goot said. Guts said, "I feel like we should work together and go into the depths to kill the ancient Tree King." Compared to the last time, almost everyone here had increased their cultivation by a level. Their combat strength had naturally become stronger, and they had absolute confidence in killing the ancient Tree King in the depths. Zichin nodded. If they wanted to kill the ancient Tree King, they had to work together. As for the spirit fruits, they'll be distributed according to the amount of effort you put in, Goot said again. Clearly, he had to discuss the benefits in advance. Since no one had any objections to this, Zichin naturally had no objections as well. He thought for a moment and said, "You have to wait for me for a while." Everyone clearly understood what Zichin meant. so they didn't ask for more. Before he disappeared, Chen said again, "If you don't have any other arrangements, I think it's better for you to kill more ancient trees. Not only can this weaken the ancient Tree King's power, it can also be exchanged for resources." The life force of the ancient trees was useless to them, and they couldn't store it. However, the tree heart was obviously a good thing, and was a resource that would be fought over in the outside world. With a goal in mind, they stopped circling around Chen and went to kill the ancient trees. Chen returned to the world and sat down cross-legged. A ball of light appeared in front of him. It was the ancient Tree King's soul. He didn't give it to Jono, but kept it for himself. Whether or not he could reach level 5 would depend on this pure soul. Chen knew why these people were here. On one hand, they wanted to test his intentions, and on the other hand, they wanted to work together. Earlier, Goots mentioned the distribution of the spirit fruits, but he didn't mention the distribution of the ancient Tree King's soul. This didn't mean that the ancient Tree King's soul wasn't important. On the contrary, compared to the spirit fruits, the ancient Tree King's soul was more valuable. However, after this battle, how many people would be left alive? This was the key to the problem. There would definitely be casualties in the battle. However, everyone purposely ignored this problem, so they naturally didn't discuss the distribution of the ancient Tree King's soul. Only the last person alive would be able to distribute it. Chen began to focus on refining this soul energy. He cooperated with the clones refining the spirit fruits and tried to comprehend the 5th saber intent as soon as possible. Breaking through to level 5 was not Chen's goal. His goal was to comprehend the saber intent and break through to level 5. They were both at level 5. If he lacked one saber intent, he wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the Saber Ancestor's tablet. Time passed. Chen sat cross-legged. The Saber Ancestor's tablet was right in front of him. The clones sat cross-legged beside him, refining the spirit fruits. Jono was still touring Chen's world. It had never seen a world like this before. On this day, it saw a huge lake. Before it could go forward, it suddenly felt the world shake. Then a powerful aura emerged. The lake, which had been quiet before, began to surge. It was as if a ferocious beast had been hidden in the lake. The quiet world became boiling at this moment. The endless rules of heaven and earth became abnormally active. The powerful aura kept flowing and raging in the world. Jono saw that all the creatures here were facing one place, prostrating themselves on the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and their eyes were filled with awe, as if they were seeing a king. Some of the turbulent power of rules between heaven and earth fell on them. They absorbed the power of rules, and their bodies began to glow. There was a fanatical look in their awe-inspiring eyes. Obviously, they had gained great benefits. This was Chen's world. Chen was the master of this world, and all the creatures had to respect him. All the creatures born naturally in this world had to abide by the rules of this world. Under such circumstances, he could destroy the souls of these creatures with just a thought. At the source of the world's change, all the clones around Chen disappeared, leaving his real body sitting cross-legged there. One saber intent after another appeared on his body, making sonorous sounds. There were a total of 5 saber intents. He had broken through the realm and reached the 5th level. With the breakthrough of the realm, this world would expand again, and the rules would become stronger. At the same time, some of the creatures in this world would also gain great benefits and automatically advance. If they were in the outside world, they might be vulnerable. However, in Chen's world, they were the natives of this place and were powerful beings. 5 saber intents of the general level surrounded him. Chen had finally reached the 5th level. He could not suppress the joy on his face. With a stir of his mind, 5 saber ancestor steels appeared from the dark and surrounded his body, forming a saber domain. Compared with the previous 8 saber domains, the new saber domain had 3 fewer saber domains, but its power was much stronger than before, because the previous saber ancestor steels were activated by the 8 saber intents of the oracle. Now he was relying on 5 saber intents of the general level. The two were not at the same level at all. After the breakthrough of the realm, Zichen's combat strength had become stronger. At the same time, his comprehension of the power of yin and yang had also reached a level that he was very satisfied with. Everything was developing for the better. When his real body broke through, the soul of his doppelganger would naturally grow and break through as well. However, it would take some time. Zichen's figure flashed and left his own world. When he came to this forest, Zichen could hear a series of roars and ancient trees screaming and falling down. Unlike when he had just arrived and was not familiar with this place at all, he had often suffered losses and even died under the attacks of the ancient trees. Those who were still alive now knew these ancient trees very well, so it would be relatively easy to kill them. "Master, I need the ancient trees here." Just as Zichen was looking into the distance, the voice of the broodmother suddenly sounded in his sea of consciousness. "Isn't this vitality not very useful to you?" Zichen was very surprised to hear this. "Sooner or later, I will have to develop my forces. I can first breed other broodmothers and let them devour the vitality here to grow. When they go out, they will have become very strong, and the creatures bred in this way will also be stronger." The broodmother said, "Is that possible?" Zichen was very surprised to hear this, but he also knew that all broodmothers could advance. Of course, with the vitality to sustain them, they will break through faster. The broodmother seemed to be full of confidence. This was naturally good news for Zichen, so his figure flashed and appeared in the sky above a forest. Below this forest, there was a weak will of the forest. Zichen separated a golden body and flew down. After the golden body entered the forest, it took a long knife and began to chop down trees. Wherever the yin and yang energy passed, the ancient trees were cut down and fell one after another. Soon, the golden body drew a huge circle below. Outside the circle, the ancient trees were cut down, and the will of the forest dissipated. Zichen, who was above the forest, directly opened his world. The huge world descended and covered the forest. At the same time, his body flashed brilliantly, and one doppelganger after another fell down. After these doppelganger landed, they used the yin and yang energy to form a huge yin and yang blade and slashed forward. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the blade passed, ancient trees would be cut down one after another. These ancient trees that were cut down would be stored in Zichen's world at the first moment. Then, the brood mother would distribute the ancient trees. The vitality would be given to her and the other brood mothers, and the heart of the trees would be given to Zichen. Because Zichen's movement was too big, it attracted the attention of many experts. When they saw Zichen collect the ancient trees from afar, their faces were filled with shock. The forest here could be said to be boundless. Even if Zichen's killing speed was very fast, and he could collect a large area at a time, it was impossible for him to kill all the ancient trees with his own strength. Therefore, Zichen released the news that 5,000 ancient trees without a heart could be exchanged for a spirit fruit. Of course, it was better to have a heart of a tree, so it was also 5,000. Although this price seemed a little unreasonable, many people were still willing to trade. This was because the ancient trees they had killed before were directly abandoned, which was equivalent to waste. It was naturally a good deal to exchange these waste products for a spirit fruit. For Zichen, 5,000 for a spirit fruit was just within his acceptable range. After the ancient trees were killed and the heart of the tree taken away, the vitality contained in the ancient trees would be reabsorbed by the roots and new ancient trees would grow. Now that Zichen had taken away all the ancient trees, it was a devastating blow to the forest. It was equivalent to taking drastic measures. Even for the ancient tree king, it was not a small blow. After all, a large part of its strength depended on this forest. The group of experts began to push forward, cutting down all the ancient trees in their path. Chapter 2796. In Zichen's world, broodmother Vini had already given birth to 5 young broodmothers. After these broodmothers appeared, they followed Vini's will and devoured the life force of the ancient trees placed beside them. They obeyed Vini's orders without question. Zichen saw all this and was very surprised. This was because the lowest level of Vini's broodmothers was a level 6 divine envoy. If these broodmothers were allowed to give birth to creatures, the weakest would be at the level of a false god, and the strongest would be at the level of a level 6 divine envoy. In terms of birth, they were much stronger than humans. It was not an exaggeration to call them higher life forms. Fortunately, they were not perfect. The creatures they gave birth to did not have intelligence unless they reached the level of a divine champion. The tree hearts that Vini had decomposed were sealed by Zichen's power of laws. He had no use for these things for now, but his friends could use them in the future. If he could successfully return to the outside world, these tree hearts would be an amazing resource, even more precious than the broodmother's resources. After all, the broodmother's resources he found so far were only useful to divine envoys. The tree hearts here were useful to level 5 or level 6 divine champions. Of course, if they were high-level broodmother's resources, it would be a different story. Bly gathered another 5,000 ancient trees. He called over a level 6 divine envoy and asked him to help him exchange these resources for spiritual fruits with Zichen. "Why don't you go yourself, Bly?" Ander asked with a smile. "I don't want to go." Bly said indifferently, "The moment I saw Zichen, I wanted to kill him. Instead of collecting them one by one, why don't we just go up and kill him? All the resources will belong to us." Hearing this, Andrew smiled. "That's true. However, Zichen's battle strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, he was quite a powerful force when fighting against the ancient Tree King. Not to mention other things, Zichen's 8 black steel's defense is already extraordinary." Bly's eyes flashed coldly. If not for the big picture, he would have died dozens of times. Ander smiled and said no more. At this moment, all the experts in this area were slowly moving towards the depths. Wherever they passed, they would cut down all the ancient trees. This was a devastating blow to the ancient Tree King in the depths. It was furious, but there was nothing it could do to Zichen and the others. This was also the disadvantage of the ancient Tree King. It could not move. Of course, it could split its soul, but it was useless. In fact, Zichen's original plan was to directly charge into the depths and cut off the tree roots there. This way, the ancient Tree King would not be able to obtain life force from the other ancient trees. The effect was the same as now. Moreover, it would be much faster that way. However, the broodmother's suggestion changed Zichen's mind. Since these ancient trees were still useful to the broodmother, he had to clean up the area and obtain more of their life force. While he was exchanging, Zichen did not remain idle. His world enveloped one forest after another, devouring the ancient trees that were slain one after another. All of his clones had appeared, and they were all killing the ancient trees without rest. They were no longer trying to be secretive. Zichen, we're here to exchange for resources. The voice of a level 6 divine general came from afar. Zichen turned and saw a ball of light flying towards him. The ball of light flickered with green light. There were 5,000 ancient trees sealed inside. This was only a temporary seal. Soon, the ball of light would explode on its own. Zichen caught the ball of light and put it into his world. After the ball of light encountered the laws of Zichen's world, it became unstable and exploded. The 5,000 ancient trees that had lost their tree hearts appeared and fell to the ground. One after another, the power of laws descended from the sky and sealed the life force of these ancient trees again, not allowing it to dissipate. After doing this, Zi-chun in the outside world shook his hand and threw a spirit fruit to the other party. Similar transactions happened almost every day. Zi-chen's hundreds of spirit fruits did not seem to be able to last for long. Fortunately, the end of this endless forest could be seen. It was clear that the forest would not last for long either. Zi-chen sped up his killing speed. More and more ancient trees were absorbed into his world. Once he returned alive, these resources were not only important to Zi-chen, but also to the others and the entire life star. Zi-chen's spirit fruits were consumed quickly. He did not refine much during this time. More than 80% of them were exchanged away. After exchanging for hundreds of spirit fruits, Zi-chen's harvest was a dozen growing mother nests and an army of creatures that would appear in the future. During this time, Jono even devoured the life force of some ancient trees to grow. Time passed. They finally reached the depths and saw the ancient tree king again. Boom! The last ancient tree fell. Guts raised his hand and the ancient tree flew towards Zi-chen. Guts smiled. "I'll give it to you for free." The space in front of Zi-chen twisted. He took the ancient tree without hesitation. At this point, there was only one ancient tree king left in this forest. As for the originally endless forest, it was now barren. The ancient tree king opened its eyes. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. It ignored everyone and only stared at Zi-chen with undisguised killing intent. Obviously, its killing intent towards Zi-chen was the strongest among the group. Seeing this scene, a hint of joy quietly surfaced on the faces of the others. If the ancient tree king directed all of its anger onto Zi-chen, it would naturally be an extremely good thing for them. Die. An angry roar opened the curtains of the battle. A powerful aura erupted from the ancient tree king's body, and green light branches extended forward densely. Facing the group of experts, it took the initiative to attack. Buzz! The sound of energy vibrating could be heard continuously. Waves after waves of energy spread out. All the experts revealed their realms. Other than Zi-chen, who was at level 5, the others were either at level 6 or level 7. Their combat power was much stronger than before. They displayed all kinds of attacks, shattering all the incoming green lights. Kill! 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 Along with the battle cries, these experts rushed forward one after another. Zi-chen was one of the people charging forward. His goal this time was to kill the ancient tree king. Of course, there were also some who wanted to steal the spirit fruit. He held a long sword in his hand. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back, leaving afterimages wherever he went. Ray after ray of green light swept towards him. Obviously, the ancient tree king took special care of him. Whoosh! He unsheathed his sword. The power of yin and yang flashed, cutting off the incoming green lights one after another. When he was at level 3, the green lights were so fast that he could not see them clearly. When he was at level 4, he could dodge them. When he was at level 5, he could sense the trajectory of the green lights in advance and deal with them easily. When he cut off the green light, lumps of energy, light appeared on his body. After these lights appeared, they quickly gathered and turned into many small lightning lotuses. There were hundreds of these lightning lotuses, and they all flew toward the ancient tree king. Unlike the others, Zi-chen's goal was to kill the ancient tree king and leave. Under the control of Zi-chen's spiritual thoughts, the hundreds of lightning lotuses flew forward. During this time, the lightning lotuses dodged the sweeping green lights. When they were about to reach the ancient tree king, the green lights became more and more concentrated. These lightning lotuses could no longer dodge all the attacks. They were hit and exploded. Boom! 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 Soon after, like a chain reaction, a series of booming sounds were continuously heard. The other lightning lotuses also exploded together, forming a powerful destructive ripple that swept forward. The green lights that extended were quickly destroyed when they encountered this destructive energy. At the same time, an even stronger energy moved forward and enveloped the ancient Tree King's body. The energy around the ancient Tree King trembled, and a defense appeared. This defense blocked all the energy. As the energy disappeared, the ancient Tree King glanced at Zi Chen indifferently. Then its expression changed because more lightning lotuses appeared in front of it. The number was several times that of before, and they were about to reach it. In a hurry, it threw out more branches and whipped those lightning lotuses. Because its attention was attracted by Zi Chen, there were already people approaching it from several directions and grabbing those spirit fruits. However, at this moment, Zi Chen's lightning lotuses had already exploded. The continuous rumbling was deafening, and the terrifying yin and yang fluctuations spread in all directions. Many experts in the surroundings were hit by the unexpected disaster and were sent flying in all directions. A moment later, the aftermath of the energy dissipated, and the ancient Tree King's body appeared in front of it. A part of its defense had been broken, and a huge gap had appeared on the tree body. Dark green blood flowed out. Seeing this scene, the other experts in the distance were shocked. Obviously, Zi Chen's attack had injured the other party. This made them, who were already full of confidence, even more confident. At this moment, they felt a violent aura suddenly erupt from the ancient Tree King's body. Under this aura, the green lights seemed to have leveled up, becoming stronger and more terrifying. Their speed had become much faster. Streaks of green light quickly wrapped around the bodies of the other powerhouses and dragged them back. During this time, the experts struggled and resisted, but they could not break free from the entanglement of the green lights. When they reached the front of the tree, there were tentacles that firmly trapped them and devoured their vitality. Mournful screams rang out continuously. Zi Chen had just injured the ancient Tree King, but the ancient Tree King had already killed more than 10 experts. Its previous injuries were also visibly healing. Don't worry about those spirit fruits. Just kill it. Once it's dead, the spirit fruits are for us to harvest. Guts roared and charged forward. A sword of light appeared in front of him, and a powerful aura surged from it. He slashed out, and the sword Qi swept forward like a waterfall, instantly breaking through the ancient Tree King's defense. The sword Qi landed on the wound that had not yet healed, opening it up again. Divine light flickered around Black, and the giant beast that had appeared before reappeared, approaching the ancient Tree King. During this time, he had taken 2 attacks from the ancient Tree King, and then approached it, landing a powerful attack on the ancient Tree King's wound. Energy exploded, and the ancient Tree King's wound expanded again. Clearly, everyone's goal was to expand this wound until it broke the ancient Tree King's body. Chapter 2797. Each of those thunder lotuses was the size of a palm. Gold and silver light intertwined, and there were nearly 1,000 of them. It was an extremely spectacular sight. When the other experts saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They all retreated into the distance, afraid that they would be affected by the explosion of the thunder lotuses. This was indeed spectacular, but it was even more terrifying. The thunder lotuses arrived in front of the ancient Tree King, one after another. One of them fluctuated, and the yin and yang power was no longer balanced. It directly exploded with a loud bang. The yin and yang lightning power spread out and engulfed the other thunder lotuses, breaking the balance. Like a chain reaction, the thunder lotuses exploded one after another. In an instant, nearly 1,000 thunder lotuses exploded, and a deafening roar resounded between heaven and earth. The destructive energy formed by the explosion of the thunder lotuses completely enveloped the ancient Tree King's body. As the yin and yang thunder lotuses wreaked havoc, the ancient Tree King's wounds became even larger. A mournful scream came from the ancient Tree King's body as more green light extended out. These green lights transformed into all kinds of attacks in midair. Some turned into palms, some turned into seals, and some turned into some kind of battle beast. No matter what kind of attack they turned into, the aura they released was equally powerful. A portion of the attacks were directed at Ziqin, while the rest were directed at the other experts around them. A battle beast formed from green light pounced at Ziqin. Terrifying fluctuations surged as Ziqin unsheathed his saber. Swoosh! The saber light flashed past, and the battle beast split in the middle, turning into specks of green light and disappearing. The thunder wings on Ziqin's back flapped, and his figure disappeared from the spot. As soon as he disappeared, a green net of light descended from the sky and landed where Ziqin had just disappeared. Swoosh! 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 More green lights headed straight for Ziqin. They were densely packed, and powerful fluctuations kept surging. At this moment, 20% of the ancient Tree King's attention was on Ziqin, while the other 80% was on the other experts. Even so, some experts would be caught by the green light and brought to the ancient Tree King, where they would be directly devoured. During the battle, Ziqin was also paying attention to other places. He discovered that once the experts were entangled by the green light, they were unable to break free, no matter how hard they tried. They were able to cut off the green light before. From this, it could be seen that after the green light wrapped around them, it would affect the energy in their bodies. Ziqin had encountered such a situation before and had almost lost his life, so he had to be careful. Boom! 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 As he dodged, the power of yin and yang constantly transformed into lightning lotuses around him. When the green light came into contact with the lightning lotuses exploded, and the destructive energy shattered the green light. During this period, Ziqin kept finding opportunities to approach the ancient Tree King. At the same time, he unsheathed his saber and slashed again and again. Each slash was formed from the power of yin and yang. It was obvious that he wanted to quickly destroy the other party. Roar! On the other side, the giant beast that Blake had transformed into had also approached the ancient Tree King and launched one attack after another. The lightsaber in Gute's hand also emitted a blinding sword light. Its aura was abnormally terrifying. Andrew also displayed his full strength. There was also that powerful creature, as well as the other celestial race expert, all of them erupting with power. Among the group, there were only 6 strongest people. They were the ones who had nurtured the Tree Spirit King. Ziqin was also among the 6. Although he was only at level 5, he was the first to injure the ancient Tree King. Screams could be heard from time to time. Some of the strong people were drowned in the green light and dragged away. Whoa! A trembling sound came from the void. A level 7 expert, who wanted to rush toward the spirit fruit, suddenly raised his head and saw a green light net appear above him. This light net was densely packed. The power of laws surged on it, and it contained an extremely powerful aura. This level 7 expert looked at the fruit that was close to him. His eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. He formed a seal with his hands, and a black spear appeared in front of him. With a flash of light, the black spear shot into the sky. When the spear and the light net met, the energy shook, and a powerful ripple spread out. The black spear directly exploded, and the light net that was falling down also dispersed. The level 7 expert, who had broken through the attack, had a look of joy on his face. He reached out to grab the fruit. At this moment, not everyone wanted to kill the ancient Tree King first. Many people still wanted to snatch some of the fruits first. These strong people came from different regions. Before coming here, they did not know each other. Some even belonged to different forces. It was obviously impossible to be completely unified. This level 7 expert had just grabbed the fruit with both hands. Before the joyful smile on his face could fully spread, a green light quickly wrapped around his body. When these green lights appeared, the other party had no way of detecting them, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. From now on, don't even think about taking a single fruit. The ancient Tree King's cold voice sounded in this Level 7 expert's mind. This Level 7 expert wanted to struggle, but he realized that there was a strange energy coming from these green lights. This energy quickly entered his body, and then his strength seemed to be sealed. He could not control it at all. Such an unforeseen event caused his expression to change drastically. Whoosh! The green lights exerted force and dragged him toward the ancient Tree King. Then his life force was devoured by the ancient Tree King to recover from the injuries it had suffered earlier. This was the first Level 7 expert to die. During this time, he let out a cry for help, which was heard clearly by the people around. Bulai was very close to him, but he did not save him. He just looked at him coldly. Obviously, he would not save anyone who tried to snatch the spirit fruit at this time. The death of the first Level 7 expert also alerted the other strong people. They had no choice but to focus on killing the ancient Tree King. Zichen's yin-yang doppelgangers appeared. The light on their bodies kept flashing, and the yin-yang thunder lotuses flew forward like cannonballs. He had a world behind him, so he was not afraid of energy consumption at all. His energy was almost endless. On the other hand, the yin-yang doppelgangers did not need to expend much energy to control these small thunder lotuses, so it was very easy to use them. The yin-yang thunder lotuses were like cannons, constantly bombarding the ancient Tree King in front of them. The ancient Tree King screamed continuously. Those extending green lights were shattered by the energy waves before they could reach Zichen. At this time, Zichen was fighting alone in a direction. The others were far away from him, and no one dared to approach him at this time. Under everyone's joint efforts, the ancient Tree King's injuries became more and more serious. During this time, it also killed some strong people. The yin-yang doppelganger's energy dissipated. Looking at the ancient Tree King, who was getting more and more injured, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Yin and yang energy surged out of his body, each occupying half of his body. At this moment, even his eyes became yin and yang. Yang energy appeared in his left hand, violent and hot. Yin energy appeared in his right hand, violent and cold. Violence was the characteristic of the lightning energy, while heat and cold were the attributes of yin and yang. He moved his hands, and the yin and yang energy gathered. The energy twisted in the middle of the convergence, turning into a palm-sized thunder lotus. The thunder lotus looked the same as before. There was only one thunder lotus, but Zichen's expression was very serious. It was as if this thunder lotus was very special and different. Soon, the others also noticed the uniqueness of this thunder lotus. As Zichen was still pouring energy into the thunder lotus, the size of the thunder lotus did not change, but its color became darker. Buzz! The originally quiet thunder lotus trembled slightly, and a ripple spread out. Wherever the ripple passed, Zichen's body flickered. The surrounding yin and yang energy seemed to be twisting, and a rumbling sound came from his body. The surrounding space began to distort, and an extremely strong fluctuation spread out. It was merely a ripple, but it was already so terrifying. The faces of the surrounding experts were all filled with shock. Zichen was still pouring energy into the yin-yang thunder lotus. The color of the thunder lotus became darker, and the fluctuation of its aura became stronger. Buzz! The vibrations started again, and it first swept past Zichen. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Boom! As the ripple passed, 2 level 6 people who were closer to Zichen were directly sent flying. After the 2 of them stabilized themselves in the distance, their faces were filled with shock. Just the fluctuation of the ripple had sent them flying. What would happen if they were hit by the thunder lotus? Goots and the others saw this scene, and their expressions became very serious. Zichen's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. However, this was not the time to talk about this. The few of them flashed forward and stood in front of Zichen, blocking the ancient Tree King's attack for him. The yin-yang thunder lotus fluctuated for the third time, and more blood flowed out from the corner of Zichen's mouth. He knew that he had reached the limit of his control. His spiritual thoughts moved, and the palm-sized yin-yang thunder lotus flew forward, spinning. After leaving Zichen's control, the fluctuation of the thunder lotus became even stronger. It was like a ripple on the surface of a water. Wherever it passed, a powerful fluctuation spread out. When Goots and the others sensed the fluctuation, they all retreated, their faces filled with shock. Beam after beam of green light shot towards the yin-yang lightning lotus. However, before the green light could reach it, it was shattered by the shock waves. In the blink of an eye, the thunder lotus was in front of the ancient Tree King and exploded at its wound. Boom! With a loud bang, the yin-yang energy exploded and a blinding light appeared. Everyone was blinded by the yin-yang energy. It was as if they had been blinded. They could not see anything other than the yin-yang light. The ancient Tree King's shrill cry resounded through the sky. The space around them was violently distorted, as if it was about to be torn apart. This was the thunder lotus that Zichen had specially compressed. It was extremely powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. After a while, the yin-yang energy dissipated, and everyone's vision gradually recovered. They immediately looked forward. The huge ancient tree was now only supported by the last layer of bark. Its aura was extremely weak, and one move, or even a saber, would be enough to cut down its thick trunk. Zichen did not hesitate. He wielded his saber and even summoned the 8 saber ancestor steels to protect himself as a safety precaution. He flashed forward and unsheathed his saber. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 2798. At this moment, the surrounding experts were all looking at Zichen, who was charging forward with anticipation. The ancient Tree King would definitely die with this slash. Once the ancient Tree King died, it was time for them to reap the rewards. This was a great harvest. Previously, they were worried that the fruits would wither after the ancient Tree King died. However, it seemed that the ancient Tree King was about to die, and the fruits did not wither. This made them feel even more relieved. Zichen flashed forward. The 8 saber ancestor steels circled around him, forming a saber domain. He unsheathed his saber. As long as he slashed, the ancient Tree King would definitely die, and he would be able to leave this place. However, his saber did not slash down in the end. It was not that the injured ancient Tree King suddenly became stronger, but that a terrifying fluctuation appeared behind him. He turned around and saw a whirlpool appear in the sky. A beam of light flew out of the whirlpool. It was a dazzling beam of white light that went straight forward. The moment he saw the white light, Zichen's pupils shrank. It was as if he saw the terrifying light that destroyed the world. Zichen had seen this kind of attack more than once. This was an attack exclusive to the Heavenly Clan experts. Some were strong and some were weak. The weak ones could not even kill him, while the strong ones could shatter the most powerful 9 Extremes weapon on the Life Star. It was Gutez who launched this attack. His attack went straight for Zichen, not the ancient Tree King, who was still breathing. Such a turn of events made the expressions of the experts in the distance change greatly. They were extremely shocked. The strong white light fell and hit Zichen's saber domain. In the saber domain, the 8 saber ancestor steels kept spinning, dissolving the terrifying power contained in the strong white light. Powerful fluctuations constantly spread out, and the space distorted violently. The white light contained an unimaginable power. The saber domain began to tremble as if it was about to reach its limit. Boom! After 2 breaths, the energy contained in the white light exploded. The saber domain shattered, and the 8 saber ancestor steels scattered. Zi Chen's body was sent flying. The ancient tree king was dying. Looking at Zi Chen flying toward it, it no longer had the strength to kill him, even though it wanted him to die. Swish! 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 One ray of light after another flew out and rushed toward the saber ancestor's tablet. Goots, Andy, Bly, and the others all moved. Their goal was to snatch the 8 scattered saber ancestor steels. It was Zi Chen's greatest reliance. Without the saber ancestor's tablet, his combat power and defense would be greatly reduced. Chi! 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 The saber ancestor's tablet, which was sent flying backward, had a brilliant light flowing on its surface as it concealed itself in the void. Open! Andrew shouted, and a god-trapping hand appeared in front of him. His palm, which was surrounded by divine light, directly broke into the void and grabbed the saber ancestor's tablet that had just disappeared into the void. Whoa! The saber ancestor's tablet, which was caught by the god-trapping hand, began to tremble, and a misty general-level saber, intent, appeared on its surface. The saber was swept past, and a gap appeared on the god-trapping hand. However, before the second saber could appear, Andy rushed forward. He raised his hand and shot out beams of energy, sealing the saber ancestor's tablet. Shwa! The saber ancestor's tablet trembled less and less. Then he waved his hand and put the saber ancestor's tablet away. At the same time, another divine race expert also used a powerful method to trap a saber ancestor's tablet. That powerful creature also trapped a saber ancestor's tablet. A cold light flashed in Bly's eyes. Beams of divine light flew out from his fingertips, like chains, and trapped the saber ancestor's tablet in front of him. The saber ancestor's tablet trembled less, and less until it was completely subdued. Among the 6 experts, Goots attacked Zichin, and the other 4 each took a saber ancestor's tablet. The others also fought for the remaining 4 saber ancestors' tablets, but they did not succeed in the end and returned to Zichen's world. In the distance, Zichen steadied himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became gloomy. His cold gaze swept through the surroundings. The 5 experts rushed forward one after another. Behind them, the people from their previous group followed. Their eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Such an unforeseen event stunned everyone in the distance. Clearly, this was a premeditated battle. They had already discussed that when the ancient Tree King was about to die, they would attack Zichin first. Zichin had contributed the most in this battle. It was almost all thanks to Zichin that they could injure the ancient Tree King. Who would have thought that they would try to kill Zichin at this time? Whoosh! Zichin retracted his gaze. His figure flashed, and he left without hesitation. No matter how unwilling he was to give up the opportunity here, he knew that he had to leave. Otherwise, he would die. Taking the initiative to leave meant that he had chosen to give up the opportunity here. But even if he chose to give up the opportunity, these people still did not want to let him go. After him, Goots chased forward, and the divine race experts behind him followed closely. Their eyes were cold, and they swore to kill Zichin. They knew a little about Zichin and what Zichin had done in the outside world. It could be said that after learning of Zichin's identity, they had a plan to kill Zichin. Now, this plan was being carried out. Let's go! Bly waved his hand, his expression cold as he followed. Behind him, the divine race experts also followed. Zichin, you can't escape. Andre laughed loudly and led his people to follow. At the same time, another living being led people to chase after Zichin. At this point, all the divine race experts and living beings had left. Those who stayed were all divine race experts. They were all bystanders who were not familiar with Andre or Bly. They had only come here purely for the opportunity. To them, the opportunity before them was indeed big enough. Thus, they charged toward the heavily injured ancient tree king without hesitation. Ziqin, who was fleeing, saw those people chasing after him, and his expression became even more gloomy. There were dozens of people behind him, and all of them were experts. Naturally, he could not allow them to continue chasing. The lightning wings on Ziqin's back flapped, and he sped up his escape. Light flashed behind him, and those experts caught up. In the previous battle, their losses were not great, and they were not even injured. Heavily injuring the ancient tree king was almost all thanks to Ziqin alone. Just after they left, the space behind them suddenly distorted, and then a divine light appeared from within. This divine light went straight ahead, and its target was a level 6. Behind the divine light, the divine race clones walked out and coldly watched the departing figures. Poof! The divine light flashed past a level 6 and pierced through his mind. This level 6 fell to the ground, his vitality completely gone. Ziqin had reached level 5, and his clone had naturally reached level 5 as well. His control over the heavenly god needle was also stronger. Although he did not dare to say that he could kill a level 7, killing a level 6 was extremely easy. Poof! Poof! The divine light continued to flash, and another 2 level 6 experts died. The scene behind them fell into the eyes of the other experts, and they all stopped. Ziqin, who was running in front, also turned around and stopped. He and his clone, one from the east and one from the west, coldly stared at those experts. He did not run anymore. It had been extremely difficult for Ziqin to get to this point. During this time, he had been plotted against countless times and had experienced many life and death situations. Naturally, he would be more careful every time he encountered something. He knew that among those god generals, some were here to kill him, so he naturally would not use his full strength. It could even be said that he had expected this. The only thing he did not expect was that 4 pieces of the Saber Ancestors tablet were taken away, which was a big loss for him. This is interesting. Looks like we've been set up. Goots saw this, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Andy and the others laughed loudly. That's good. Let's see who's more capable. At this time, he looked at the divine light around his clone with greed in his eyes. As a member of the god race, he knew very well what that divine light was. He also knew what it meant if he obtained it. Most of the others had attacked Ziqin because they wanted the things in Ziqin's hands. Whether it was the sheathed saber, the stone saber, the heavenly thunderwings, or the Saber Ancestors tablet, they were all excellent things. It was already very lucky for a person to have one of these things. However, Ziqin had several of them, which naturally made them jealous. Most importantly, he was only at the 5th level, while they were at the 7th level. The difference between their levels was too great. Whoosh! The clone's body flashed with divine light as he rushed forward. He was already holding the stone saber in his hand, and the heavenly needle was revolving around him. He rushed towards the group of people alone. Kill! A 7th level expert's eyes flashed coldly as he rushed toward the clone. The other 6th level experts followed behind carefully. They did not want to kill the enemy. They only wanted to stay alive. Whoosh! With a flash of divine light, the heavenly needle flew toward a 6th level expert. The 6th level expert only felt a sense of danger in his heart. He did not even have time to realize what had happened before the heavenly needle was already in front of him. Poof! The needle easily broke through his defense and extinguished his life force. During this period, the clone's charging speed did not decrease at all. When the other 6th level experts saw this scene, their faces were also filled with horror. They stopped moving forward. At this moment, Black stretched out his hand and said, "All 6th level experts retreat." When these 6th level experts heard this, they turned around and left as if they had been pardoned. There were still opportunities waiting for them at the ancient Tree King. There was no need to come here to kill Zichin. Moreover, with their strength, it seemed that they could not kill Zichin at all. The 6th-level experts left quickly, and the clone did not stop them. In the distance, Zichen's real body was still standing there coldly. The clone that was rushing forward met the 7th-level expert. A long sword appeared in the 7th-level expert's hand, and he stabbed at the clone. Facing this sword, the clone did not dodge. The long saber in his hand slashed forward. This was an attack that traded a life for a life. It was also the clone's greatest advantage. The sword arrived and pierced into the clone's body. It broke through his defense and skin, but it was blocked by his bones and could not advance any further. The stone saber in the clone's hand slashed forward. Poof! Chapter 2799. With one slash, the level 7 general's head flew into the distance while his body fell to the ground. His falling body suddenly dispersed into divine light and flew toward the head in front of him, forming a divine defense. Whoosh! The heavenly needle flashed and pierced through the divine light defense, piercing the level 7 general's head. The level 7 general screamed in agony, and his aura instantly withered. But soon, his withered aura became vigorous again. The heavenly needle couldn't extinguish his life force. There was a difference of 2 realms, so the clone couldn't instantly extinguish his opponent's life force. As long as his life force wasn't extinguished, the level 7 general wouldn't die. When the other level 7s saw this, they were all shocked. They all saw the level 7 attack, but they didn't expect the sword to fail to penetrate his body. How strong were his bones? At this time, there were nearly 20 level 7s in the field, and all of them had a look of surprise on their faces. Zichen's real body held the long saber tightly. He looked at the level 7 experts and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance to choose. If you leave now, you'll be spared from death. If not, I'll kill you all." His words caused a burst of laughter. A level 5 was facing a group of level 7 experts, but they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were threatening them. Goots smiled faintly and said, "Let's see if you have the ability to do so." He waved his hand, and several level 7 experts rushed toward the real body, while few others rushed toward the clone. The clone rushed forward with the saber, and the heavenly needle danced around him. He couldn't kill a level 7 expert, but he could severely injure one. While the clone rushed forward, the real body also rushed toward the level 7 experts. The power of yin and yang glowed on his body, and this energy was injected into the saber. Whoosh! He moved extremely quickly toward a level 7 expert and unsheathed his saber. The saber didn't just contain the power of yin and yang, but also 5 general level saber intents. Clang! The level 7 expert in front of him blocked with his sharp saber, but a powerful shock wave sent the level 7 expert flying. In a clash of strength, Zichin, who contained the power of yin and yang, had the absolute upper hand. However, there was a difference of 2 realms between the two of them. His ultimate strike was clearly not enough to kill. As he slashed down, balls of energy, light appeared on his body. These lights quickly turned into small lightning lotuses. In the blink of an eye, over 100 lightning lotuses appeared around Zichin. He, who was within the lightning lotuses, disappeared in a flash. Boom! 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 The small thunder lotus exploded, releasing a terrifying energy that swept towards the surrounding rank 7 experts. The rank 7 warriors who were charging towards Zichin retreated one after another, but they were unavoidably affected by the shockwaves. Even the ancient tree king could not withstand the attack, let alone them. Some of the slower ones coughed up blood as they flew backward. The energy ripple in the sky gradually scattered. Before they could sigh in relief, lightning lotuses appeared one after another in front of them. There were more than 1,000 of them. These lightning lotuses whistled through the air and exploded in midair. All the thunder lotuses exploded one after another, forming an even stronger wave that spread even further. Another rank 7 expert coughed up blood and flew backward, but he only suffered some light injuries. Although such a large-scale attack was powerful and could injure the Ancient Tree King, it was mainly because the Ancient Tree King could not move. It was like a target. These rank 7 experts were different. Continuous explosions came from the sky. The energy ripple was very strong, but it did not cause any substantial damage. Goots, Andrew, Bly, and the others were watching from the side. They had not made a move yet. Once they made a move, the situation would be very disadvantageous for Zichin. The clone that was fighting in front of him was also at a disadvantage. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that the rank 7 experts were already experienced in dealing with him. They started to use long-range attacks, not giving him a chance to get close. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible to kill them with just the sky-piercing divine needle. Moreover, Zichin did not want to drag this battle on. The clone rushed forward while the rank 7 experts retreated. Whoosh! Light flashed around the doppelganger, and it disappeared. The rank 7 experts were stunned. They were surprised by the sudden disappearance of their opponent. Zichin recalled his clone. He wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Without his blade domain, the only way to deal with these rank 7 experts was to use his trump card, his world. He would use his world to kill them with his world energy. The energy ripple in the distance dissipated, and the rank 7 experts flew toward him. "Let's go," Gut said. Gutes said. Then the other experts walked forward. Clearly, they were going to make a move. At this moment, Zichin was surrounded by the other rank 7 experts. This was a result he was happy to see. Goots and the others rushed over from behind. During this time, Andrew and Bulai walked together. The two of them were discussing something in low voices. Bulai's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he looked at Zichin. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A sharp blade abruptly pierced through Andy's chest from behind. Bly held the blade in his hand. Such an unforeseen event caused the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. They all stared at Bly, not knowing what was going on. A powerful aura exploded from Andrew's body. This aura formed a vibration wave that pushed Bly back. Bly, who had been pushed back, flew forward and came to Zichen's side. Zichen was also taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Stabilizing himself, Bly said regretfully, "It's a pity that I couldn't kill him in one hit." Zichen looked at Bly, not understanding what the other party was up to. He did not let his guard down because Bly had been targeting him from the beginning. He had never shown any friendliness. The others were also stunned on the spot, including the few experts. Bly had been targeting Zichin from the beginning. They were complete opposites. Therefore, many of their decisions were made after discussing with Bly. This included making a move against Zichin. Bly had done as he was told. He had even stolen a Saber Ancestor's steel. But why had he suddenly attacked Andrew? Bly, what is the meaning of this? Andrew stared coldly at Bly. His aura had weakened. Although he had reacted quickly and used his powerful soul power to destroy the destructive energy, he had still been injured. His soul had been greatly exhausted. "Of course it's to kill you. Unfortunately, you're too alert." Bly shook his head and sighed. "I have changed teams and killed many people. You're the most alert one." "Why?" Andrew stared coldly at him. He had thought that Bly was on the same side as him, but now it seemed that was not the case. "Because our goals are different. You're here to kill, and I'm here to save people." Bly glanced at Zichin. At this time, Zichin was still wary of him. He smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. Since coming to this world, I've at least taken care of a dozen potential threats for you." "Who are you?" Zichin looked at him. I'm Bly. I grew up in this god area. This time, I was asked by the Ninth Region to come to this world, Bly said. Although he was also in the Black Order battlefield, he was not here. The reason he could come so quickly was that he had been brought here by a strong person. The Ninth Region was controlled by the Tower Battle God. If Bly said that, it meant that he was one of the Tower Battle God's people. Yi Qian knew that he was in danger on this battlefield. It seemed reasonable to use the Tower Battle God's power to help him. But Zichen was still wary. Bly's body flashed, and he gave the Saber Ancestor's steel to Zichen. He said, I wanted to kill Bly and take another one. I didn't expect to fail. Zichen took the Saber Ancestor's steel. The seals on it disappeared layer by layer, and the Saber Ancestor's steel was completely revealed. A look of joy immediately appeared on his face, and he began to believe Bly's words to a certain extent. It's not a failure. This one is enough, Zichen said, full of confidence. The 8 Saber Ancestors' steels formed the blade area. Zichen's strongest move was the blade area formed by the 5 Saber Ancestor steels. Now that the 5 Saber Ancestor steels were gathered, he did not need to use his world. Interesting. Is this a trick to sow discord? But how can the 2 of you deal with all of us? Goots said calmly. The Saber Ancestor's steel flashed in front of Zichen. He looked at Goots and said, I don't need to. I can deal with you all alone. Then the 5 Saber Ancestors' steels appeared in the distance and surrounded everyone. These level 7 clearly saw the change in the Saber Ancestor steel, but they did not intend to escape. Their goal was to kill Zichen. If they were outside the area, they would have to break the area to kill him. Now that they were inside the area, it was best. 5 lights flew out of the Saber Ancestor steel. They gathered in the air and fell down. The blade area was formed. In other people's perception, the blade area was no different from before. Because there were 3 less Saber Ancestors, its power seemed to be weaker. However, in Zichen's perception, the blade area was much stronger than before. When he obtained the 5 Saber Ancestor steels, he was already confident. Now that the area was formed, he was even more confident. Whoosh! The thunder wings on his back flapped, and he used his extreme speed. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He appeared in front of a level 7 as if he had teleported. He immediately unsheathed his long saber. A bright saber light flashed forward. The saber light flashed with the power of yin and yang. It was surrounded by 5 saber essences. The saber was extremely fast, much faster than before. A powerful aura was released from the saber. The level 7's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to block it, but it was too late. Puff! The saber light cut through the level 7's body. His body was cut in half at the waist. His surging vitality was quickly draining away. Chapter 2800. Originally, Zichen could not do anything to a level 7 expert, but now he could kill him with 1 slash and eliminate his opponent's vitality. Obviously, the saber domain formed by the 5 Saber Ancestor steels had played a decisive role at this moment. The Class 7 powerhouses who were still relaxed before now had solemn expressions on their faces. Killing a level 7 expert with 1 slash was equivalent to a massacre. There were only dozens of level 7 experts present. It seemed that it would only take a few dozen slashes. Swish! A white mark appeared in the air, and a strong light flew toward Zichen. They had chosen to attack. The light pierced through Zichen's body, but it was just an afterimage. His real body had already arrived in front of the second level 7 expert. His eyes were cold and full of killing intent. His body shone with a strong light, and he slashed out a second time. The light of yin and yang flashed on the blade. 5 general level saber intents, which came from Zichen's comprehension, surrounded his body. This slash arrived in an instant, and the cold blade reflected in the eyes of the level 7 expert. The pupils of the level 7 expert suddenly dilated. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. An invisible pressure appeared on his body, affecting his speed. In the face of this approaching slash, he who could not dodge could only exert all his strength and stab forward with his sword. With a loud bang, the long sword shattered and turned into energy that scattered in all directions. Zichen appeared behind the level 7 expert. Blood dripped from the flashing blade of yin and yang. Behind him, a blood mark appeared between the eyebrows of the level 7 expert. The light in his eyes gradually faded. With another loud bang, the level 7 expert's body fell to the ground. He had lost all his vitality. The second slash killed the second level 7 expert. The expressions of the other level 7 experts changed drastically. This was really a massacre. They attacked again. Zichen had dodged all their previous attacks. Boulay stood in the distance and did not make a move. To be honest, he had no choice but to show up this time. Compared to a head-on confrontation, he preferred to attack secretly. Ever since he came here, he had always been hostile to Zichen. He even deliberately tried to find out about Zichen's whereabouts and did not conceal his killing intent at all. As a result, he had met many people who shared the same goal. Therefore, he secretly killed those kindred spirits one by one. He had no choice but to appear today. He couldn't just watch as Zichen was surrounded and killed by a group of people. Thus, he revealed his identity, even though he knew that there would definitely be a fierce battle, and that he might even die in battle. Unexpectedly, Zichen displayed an unimaginable combat strength. As he watched Zichen fight a group of level 7 warriors by himself, Bly couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of someone who was valued by the gods, and as expected of someone whom the goddess was willing to entrust her life to, his combat strength was just too terrifying. This was only if the other party was at level 5. What if the other party was at level 7, the same level as them? In Bulay's eyes, Zichen was like a bolt of lightning that was constantly moving around the attacks of those level 7 experts. Those attacks couldn't hurt him at all. On the contrary, as long as he seized the opportunity, a level 7 expert would be killed. There was no suspense. As a bystander, Bulay could see very clearly that every time Zichen struck with his blade, there would be an invisible force in this domain that would increase the power of his blade. Damn it! Goots could no longer remain calm as he watched the people around him fall one by one. Zichen's strength was beyond his imagination. Divine light flowed around Andy's body. The injuries he had suffered from Bly's sneak attack were also healing. He stared at Bly with a gloomy expression, but Bly was looking at Zichen instead of him. Kill! Goots roared and charged forward. An energy, sword light appeared in his hand. A powerful aura burst out from the sword light as he slashed at Zichen. The sword light was so powerful that it created an invisible pressure wherever it passed. Zichen's body was obstructed within the domain. His speed slowed down slightly, and the Class 7 expert in front of him retreated in fear. The sword light landed on his head and clashed with the blade light. Boom! The energy was violent, and Zichen's body was pushed back. The powerful force wreaked havoc in the field, and the long blade in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. Chi! Chi! As he retreated, attacks came at him one after another, but he dodged them all. The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. It was that powerful being who was approaching, and his spear was aimed at Zichen's back. This attack also ignored Zichen's blade domain and locked onto Zichen. Whoosh! Zichen's body flashed as he chose to teleport away. The afterimage he left behind was killed by the spear, and he glanced at Bly coldly. He didn't attack him in the end. Instead, he went for Zichen. He had to kill Bly so he could put Bly aside for the time being. At the same time, another powerful being from the divine race also attacked Zichen. They were true elites. Even within the blade domain, their combat power wasn't reduced. As soon as they attacked, Zichen, who was in the domain, felt the pressure increase greatly. Bulai's body flashed as he prepared to help. "Leave this place first." Zichen's voice sounded in Bulai's mind. A power descended from the sky and landed on Bulai's body. In the next moment, Bulai disappeared. Bulai, who was standing outside the domain, looked at the flashing blade light and sword shadows in front of him with a shocked expression. In the face of such a situation, Zichen didn't need his help. Within the domain, Zichen's body flashed again and again. Every time he flashed, there would be a yin and yang ball left behind. These balls of light quickly regrouped, turning into thunder lotuses and exploding with a loud bang. Within the domain, there was a series of explosions. Destructive energy, waves constantly spread out in all directions. In an instant, the entire domain was filled with the power of yin and yang. All kinds of screams rang out one after another. Chen's body flashed, and he appeared outside the domain. He left 3 clones in the domain. One was the golden body of Buddha, which contained his yin and yang power. The other 2 were his yin and yang clones. The golden body stood at the edge of the domain. His left and right hands moved at the same time, and energy balls flew forward one after another. As they moved forward, the yin and yang energy turned into yin and yang thunder lotuses and exploded in front of them. On the other side, the yin and yang clones each controlled the yin and yang energy to converge and turn into yin and yang thunder lotuses. Boom, 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 boom. Those yin-yang lightning lotuses were like a string of cannons, flying forward continuously before exploding. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. During this period, the clones didn't have to worry about consumption at all. When Bulai saw this, he broke out in cold sweat. Zichen had used this method to deal with the ancient Tree King, and he had even injured it. However, in his opinion, this kind of attack could only deal with immobile objects, which was quite a big disadvantage. But now, Zichen used this domain to make up for this shortcoming. In this domain, no one could escape. Amidst the explosions of energy, the 7th grade experts were injured one after another. They retreated in horror and came to the edge of the domain, trying to break it. However, this domain was abnormally strong, and their attacks couldn't shake it at all. "Open for me." A loud roar came from the domain, and a powerful white light appeared. Wherever the white light passed, the destructive yin and yang energy dissipated and went straight for the domain's barrier. Chi, chi, chi. The white light hit the domain's barrier, causing it to tremble. The destructive energy contained in the white light was constantly dissipating, but the distorted barrier didn't show any signs of shattering. The destructive energy in the white light disappeared, and the distorted barrier calmed down again. Its defense was still strong. When Bulai saw this from the outside world, his face was also filled with shock. Previously, Gut's attack was able to break through Chen's 8 saber ancestors, Steel's defense. However, the same attack couldn't break through the defense formed by the 5 saber ancestor Steels. At this moment, he felt a terrifying wave of energy coming from his side. He turned his head and saw Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's expression was extremely serious. In front of him, a palm-sized yin-yang thunder lotus had formed. He kept injecting his yin and yang energy into the thunder lotus, and the color of the thunder lotus became darker. This was a move that had almost killed the ancient Tree King, and Zichen had used it again. At such a close distance, Bulai felt a strong sense of danger. There was an energy wave in front of him, and the huge saber domain started to shrink bit by bit. Bulai thought of a possibility, and his face was filled with shock. He even felt a chill in his heart. The saber domain was still shrinking. Zichen's clones had already been found and destroyed. The Class 7 experts in the domain couldn't see what was happening outside, but they could sense that something was wrong, and their faces were filled with fear. They used all their strength, trying to break through the saber domain. Goots and the other experts also sensed that something was wrong, and they used all their strength. The saber domain started to distort, as if it would shatter at any time. A cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. He had already suppressed the Thunder Lotus to its limit. Whoosh! He moved his spiritual thoughts, and the Thunder Lotus flew forward. Wherever it passed, waves of powerful fluctuations spread out. When the Thunder Lotus reached the domain, it started to distort and a gap appeared. The Thunder Lotus entered the domain through the gap. After entering the domain, the Thunder Lotus moved forward according to Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts, but it didn't go far before it exploded. A dazzling light appeared in the domain. The exploding Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus turned into a destructive wave that spread in all directions, enveloping the Class 7 experts. During this time, miserable screams sounded continuously in the domain. The terrifying wave wasn't only wreaking havoc on the Class 7 experts in the domain, but it was also destroying the domain. This was an indiscriminate attack. Even Zi Chen would be attacked if he was in the domain. After 2 breaths, there was a loud bang, and the domain was declared to be destroyed. The 5 saber ancestors' steels flew into the distance. This time, no one came forward to snatch them. They disappeared into the void. The destructive wave continued to spread, but no one rushed out. Blai stood in the distance. He had appeared earlier because he had no choice. He didn't want to see Zi Chen get killed. Chapter 2801. Bulai was glad that he had made the right decision. If he had waited for Zi Chen to unleash his full power, it would have been too late. At that time, Zi Chen would not have believed him. The terrifying energy was still surging in front of him. The power of Yin and Yang raged, wildly, powerful, and terrifying. Bulai's robe fluttered in the face of the incoming energy. He could feel a blazing and violent energy from the energy. The domain formed by the Saber Ancestors' tablet had been shattered. But what was funny was that Zi Chen had broken the defense himself. But even so, there was still no one rushing out. The raging energy gradually dissipated. The space was still distorted, and there was a strong turbulence. In the turbulence, Bulai saw the powerhouses from before. They were now moving without any rules. He could not feel any life from these people. They were obviously dead. They were just moving with the turbulence. When the turbulence completely dissipated, the corpses fell to the ground with a thud. In front of him, there were only 4 people left in the air. The others had all been killed. Although he had guessed it, Bulai's face still changed. The 4 people who were still alive were the 4 strongest powerhouses. 2 of them were from the Celestials. 1 was a living creature, and Andrew. Although the 4 of them had survived, they were all injured, and their injuries were very serious. Of the 4, Andrew's injuries were the most serious. He had not recovered from his previous injuries, and now he was injured even more. The energy dissipated. The 4 of them raised their heads and stared coldly at Zi Chen in front of them. Their pale faces were filled with unconcealable hatred and murderous intent. Light flashed on the surface of their bodies. At the same time, they were quickly healing their injuries. However, the effect was minimal. It was as if Zi Chen's energy had a unique rule that prevented their injuries from healing. Zi Chen was not surprised that the 4 of them were still alive. His figure flashed, and he rushed forward with the long saber in his hand. His target was Andrew, who was the most seriously injured. Die. Seeing Zi Chen coming straight for him, Andrew's eyes became colder and colder. The weak energy on his body became violent in an instant. It was like a flood breaking through a dam, forming a terrifying wave. Boundless divine light flashed, and his weak aura skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he reached his peak. Like a god of war, he stood in the sky and stared at Zi Chen indifferently. It was obvious that even though the other party was heavily injured, he still had some powerful tricks up his sleeve. It would not be easy to kill such an expert. Bulai's expression changed slightly when he felt the violent aura coming from Andy's body. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he prepared to attack. Whoosh! At this moment, Zichen's speed increased again. The yin-yang light on his body exploded, and the fluctuations around him were equally powerful. Die! Andrew spoke. His voice shook the heavens and resounded like thunder. A huge palm appeared in front of him and flew straight toward Zichen. This was the god-trapping palm, a heavenly god skill. Anyone who knew how to use the god-trapping hand was related to the god king. After Zichen saw Dedong use the god-binding hand for the first time, he became a little more vigilant. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and a strong light erupted from his body again. Like a phantom, he moved to the side. However, the god-trapping palm was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Zichen unsheathed the long saber in his hand. The saber light slashed forward like a waterfall. Above the saber light, 5 general-level saber intents lingered. The god-trapping palm, which had already reached him, was cut in half by Zichen's saber. The broken pieces of the god-trapping palm turned into powerful fluctuations that swept in all directions. Zichen's figure flashed a few times and quickly dodged. At the same time, his speed did not decrease at all. Just as he rushed forward, the space in front of him distorted again. As the divine light lingered, another god-trapping palm appeared. This god-trapping palm was the same as before. It went straight for Zichen. Seeing this second god-trapping palm, Zichen's face became gloomy. He's trying to stall for time. Bulai looked at the other 3 and saw that they were all using the time to heal their injuries. Obviously, at this moment, they had already put aside their prejudice of racial discord and were sincere in forming an alliance. Perhaps, when the violent energy was still raging, they had already discussed everything. He was ready to attack. No need. Zichen's voice sounded in his mind, still full of confidence. In front of him, he dodged the second god-trapping palm. But at this moment, the third god-trapping palm appeared. Andy, whose body was shining with divine light, had a cold look on his face. Although he was injured, he could still use this method dozens or hundreds of times. Boom! Zichen's figure disappeared. The god-trapping palm caught a mass of yin-yang energy. After it exploded, the god-trapping palm was also destroyed. Andy had a long-range attack. Obviously, he was trying to stop Zichen from getting closer. Zichen's figure flickered and stood in the distance, looking coldly at Andy. Continue. Andy stared at Zichen. There was undisguised coldness and resentment in his voice. Zichen did not speak. His expression was even colder, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, the space suddenly distorted and a vortex appeared. Rays of light appeared from the vortex and shot towards Andy. This method was similar to Goot's, but the difference was that these rays of light were very weak. They were so weak that they did not have any destructive power. But even so, Andy's body flickered a few times, but he could not dodge them. Then he was trapped. Afterwards, the divine light that shone on his body rapidly dimmed. At the same time, the aura that was so powerful that it bordered on berserk became extremely weak. Andy's face was full of shock as he felt the potential he had stimulated fading away. The rays of light had returned him to his original state. Swoosh! Zichen turned into a ray of light and approached Andy from afar. Save me! Anderson shouted. He was already very weak, so weak that he could no longer use the god-trapping hand. This happened so quickly that the other 3 did not expect it to happen. By the time Goots reacted and used his strongest killing move, Zichen was already in front of Andy. Poof! The long saber was unsheathed, and the light of yin and yang flashed. Andy's shocked expression froze as Zi Chen appeared behind him. The saber in his hand was still stained with divine blood, which dripped down the tip of the saber. In the sky, the vortex was still there. He sheathed his saber. Blood splattered as Andy's head left his body. His life was extinguished in an instant, and his headless corpse fell to the ground. A ray of white light pierced through the sky and landed where Zi Chen was standing, completely piercing through his body. But this attack came too late. Goots was already injured, and his attack speed could not catch up to Zi Chen's speed. When that afterimage was destroyed, Zi Chen's figure had already arrived in front of the second person. It was that celestial race elite. The heavily injured divine race expert sensed that something was amiss, and he turned around without hesitation. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. The heavily injured divine race expert was sent flying by the shockwave, coughing up blood. Zi Chen's figure appeared from the shockwave, then disappeared again. Attack! Goots shouted, then charged at Zi Chen. They could not wait for Zi Chen to defeat them one by one. The three of them had to work together. As he charged, a violent aura surged from Goots' body. This aura was even stronger than when he was at his peak. This was not without a price. If it was light, he would be weak, and if it was heavy, his cultivation level would drop. But in such a situation, he had to consider his survival, not his future. Whether or not he had a future was another matter. The auras of the three divine race experts went berserk, and they were forced to use their secret techniques. A light sword appeared in front of Goots, and the other divine race expert did the same. A huge Dharma image appeared behind the divine race expert. The sky was filled with powerful energy again. Even Bulai, who was far away, was shocked by the shockwave. Facing this powerful shockwave, Zi Chen's expression did not change much. He knew that these people were at the end of their rope. Buzz! From the vortex in the sky that had yet to disappear, rays of light fell down again. This was Zi Chen's world law. It was completely under his control, and it wrapped around the three divine race experts. During this time, the three divine race experts used powerful techniques, but they were unable to destroy the light of the world law. This was because they did not have any offensive power. They were just returning to reality. These world law trapped the three heavily injured divine race experts. The power of the world law was activated and reality was restored. The powerful auras that they had unleashed were quickly dissipating. This was not without benefits. At the very least, they did not have to pay a huge price to use this secret technique. But at this time, they were willing to pay a huge price. It was better than dying. Just as their auras weakened, Zi Chen's body flashed, and his blade flashed past. The three blade flashes disappeared. Pum! 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 The defenses of the three divine race experts shattered one after another. The light in their eyes dissipated, and they fell to the ground. Beams of light shot out from Zi Chen's body and swept up the corpses. Then they rolled back and were put away by Zi Chen. He turned back to look at Bulai. Bulai, who was shocked, nodded at him subconsciously and praised, "Amazing! Let's go. It's the last fierce battle." Zi Chen put away his blade and walked forward. Bulai followed. He vaguely understood what Zi Chen meant by fierce battle. The two of them went back the way they came and went straight to the ancient Tree King. There was a great opportunity waiting for them there. Previously, there were many powerhouses here, and the ancient Tree King was on the verge of death. Zi Chen and Bulai appeared and saw the ancient Tree King. The heavily injured ancient Tree King had completely recovered. As for the many powerhouses who had stayed here before, none of them could be seen. It was unknown if Bulai would be surprised by this scene, but Zi Chen would not be. His expression was calm as he walked forward. Chapter 2802. Zi Chen and Bulai stood 1,000 meters away from the ancient Tree King. The ancient Tree King's eyes had been open the whole time. When it saw the two approaching, it said in surprise, "I thought there would be either a group or one survivor. I didn't expect there to be two. This is interesting." Obviously, it did not expect Bulai to betray it. Zichen said coldly, "It's your turn now." Bulai did not say anything. He was frowning because he felt a dangerous aura from the ancient Tree King. Obviously, this was the ancient Tree King's true strength. Being injured by Zichen was just an illusion. Otherwise, it would not have been able to kill the other powerhouses here. Among those powerhouses, there were many level 7 powerhouses. I still won this time. In this world of nothingness, a smug laughter sounded. The laughter was very sharp and ear-piercing. Zichen said coldly, "You didn't win. You were just a little too complacent." "Is that so?" The ancient Tree King looked at Zichen with an indescribable coldness in its eyes, but it no longer had the hatred from before. "Although you ruined my plans time and time again, everything is still within my expectations. Moreover, this is not called being complacent, this is called confidence. Do you understand confidence?" Zichen did not respond, or rather, he did not have time to respond. Branches appeared on the ancient Tree King in front of him. These branches were like bolts of lightning, flying straight toward Zichen. A sharp whistle sounded, and these branches were as straight as spears. Bulai, who was beside Zichen, let out a loud cry. Divine power surged from his body, forming a giant beast on the surface of his body. The giant beast slapped down with a mighty aura, causing the void to tremble. These branches were shattered by the giant beast's palm, but more branches swept past the giant beast and then turned back, trapping the giant beast layer by layer. Previously, because there were too many enemies, I needed to divert my attention, which was why you succeeded. Of course, the most important thing is that I deliberately hid my strength, which is what you call hiding. You should understand hiding, right? The ancient Tree King's smug voice sounded again. As the tree branches trapped Blai, they also reached Zichen. Zichen's body shone with yin and yang light, emitting a blazing light. Shwa! With a slash of his blade, the yin and yang blade sliced through a large number of branches. However, just like Blai's situation, there were even more branches here. They quickly wrapped around Zichen. The moment the branches closed, Zichen's body disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already beside the giant beast that Blai had transformed into. Right now, the giant beast was currently struggling with everything it had. The surface of its body continuously flickered with divine light. Its consumption was tremendous, as if it might collapse at any moment. He was very strong, but his body was too big, so he was not suitable for this kind of battle. Wang. The void trembled as the blade descended from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura as it slashed forward. Wherever the blade passed, the branches were all cut off. The gigantic beast that Blai had transformed into retreated reflexively after losing the force that was pulling it. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking air rang out again. It was the branches from before that turned back and wrapped around Zichen. Zichen swung his blade again. Puff! 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 All the branches that approached him were cut off. Zichen blocked the attack effortlessly, almost effortlessly. His speed was very fast, and his reaction was swift. Those branches could not get close to him. The ancient Tree King behind him did not care about the loss of branches. He sneered. "I can use this kind of attack infinitely. Let's see how long you can last." More branches appeared, like a rain of light, coming from all directions and surrounding Zichen. As for Bulai, who had transformed into a giant beast, he was completely ignored. Clearly, the ancient Tree King also saw that Blai was not to be feared. A dignified 7th grade Black Order expert was ignored like this. Anger flashed in Blai's eyes. The aura on his body instantly erupted, and he was about to charge forward. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Another part of the branches wrapped around Bly, accompanied by the ancient Tree King's cold voice. Since you insist on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. However, compared to Zichen's side, the branches that extended toward Bly were not even 1/10 of the total. Seeing these branches with almost no blind spots coming toward him, Zichen's expression did not change. The thunder wings behind him flapped, and a large amount of lightning sputtered out. His body disappeared from the spot. Wherever he passed, a yin-yang blade would open a path for him. Wherever the blade passed, the branches were all cut off. However, the branches that were cut off would extend again, and the branches in other directions would also quickly follow. At this moment, Zichen was surrounded by branches from all directions. It could be said that all his escape routes were blocked. Let's see where you can run to, the ancient Tree King sneered. Those branches that rushed forward caused the space to tremble, preventing Zichen from using teleportation to escape. Zichen, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped. The moment he stopped, the tree branches that covered the sky fell on his body. Some of them were as straight as spears, piercing towards his body. Some of them were bent, coiling around his body. In the blink of an eye, Zichen's figure disappeared, replaced by a huge tree ball. On the tree ball, a green light flickered, and Zichen's figure could no longer be seen. In the distance, Bly, who had just broken free from the encirclement of the branches, saw this scene, and his expression suddenly changed. He let out a loud roar and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, the aura on the surface of the energy beast he had transformed into became even more violent. All the branches that tried to fly toward him exploded when they got close to his body. They could not stop him at all. However, even more branches arrived. There was no end to them, just like the method used to deal with Zichen. This was the ancient Tree King's most basic attack. In the past, it could use this attack to deal with a group of experts. Now it was naturally extremely easy to deal with two people. This was also where the ancient Tree King's confidence lay. Bly, who was charging forward, was quickly stopped and then trapped by layers of branches that filled the sky. Bly was in despair. If something happened to Zichen here, not to mention that he would not be able to get out alive, even if he could, he would not dare to. Zichen was enveloped by the tree ball and dragged toward the ancient Tree King. Buzz! At that moment, a trembling sound came from the tree ball. Following that, a yin and yang ripple came out from the tree ball. It seemed that Zichen was trying to escape. It's useless, you can't break free at all. The ancient Tree King's voice sounded again. After a tremor, the tree ball returned to silence. The ancient Tree King was very satisfied and laughed proudly. But soon it could not laugh anymore because the tree ball that trapped Zichen was actually burning. Ordinary flames could not threaten the ancient Tree King, but these flames not only ignited these branches, but also burned its vitality. On the surface of these flames, there was lightning flashing. These were lightning flames, and they contained the destructive power of the rules. When Zichen advanced to the Earth realm, he began to comprehend the rules and cultivated a world. The power of the rules that he had comprehended back then was all integrated into the world. In addition, because his world was derived from a perfect seed, when the world grew, it also produced other rules on its own. At this moment, facing the attack of these branches, Zichen could easily mobilize more than a dozen types of flames, but the one that could play a decisive role was still his lightning flames. This was a flame derived from his lightning power, and it had the attribute of destruction. While igniting these branches, it also burned the vitality of these branches. The lightning flames spread along the branches and went straight toward the ancient Tree King. The branches that trapped Zichen began to burn and fell to the ground. Finally, with a loud bang, Zichen's figure appeared from within. The moment he appeared, he noticed Bulay's situation, so he summoned a large amount of lightning flames and ignited the branches in the distance. Soon Bulay escaped. After sensing the strength of the lightning flames, his face revealed a look of surprise. This lightning flames were not very strong to him, but they could cause fatal damage to the branches. It was really a case of everything having its nemesis. These lightning flames ignited the branches and then burned along with the vitality. When they reached the ancient Tree King's body, these lightning flames naturally dissipated. Obviously, such lightning flames could not hurt the ancient Tree King. Zichen stood in the air. The power of yin and yang disappeared, and the lightning flames on his body burned. Wave after wave of flames spread out from the surface of his body. On this battlefield, the reason why the others did not use the rules to fight was that, other than the level of their own rules being too low, it was because they had mastered too few rules. For example, those from the divine clan were born strong and did not need to take the step of the earth realm. They had their own rules, but the types of rules were extremely limited. Therefore, they could not be like Zichen, who had a variety of rules to choose from and could even temporarily combine on the battlefield. When the ancient Tree King saw the flames burning on Zichen's body, a cold look appeared in its eyes. Obviously, with this kind of flame, its branches could no longer hurt the other party. However, it still had other methods. Buzz! The radiance on the surface of its body trembled again. This time, many tree trunks appeared, extending forward. These tree trunks manifested all kinds of attacks in midair and flew towards Zichen. Bulai was still ignored, but this time there was no anger on his face. He knew the difference between him and the ancient Tree King, so he could only watch the battle from the side. At the same time, he was on guard against the ancient Tree King. Once Zichen was in danger, he would help. Seeing these tree trunks arrive, the lightning flames on Zichen's body disappeared, and the light of yin and yang flashed again. At the same time, one clone after another appeared and stood side by side with Zichen. In the next moment, a lot of yin and yang energy appeared, turning into yin and yang lightning lotuses that flew forward. Boom! 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 The rumbling of the yin and yang lightning lotuses came from heaven and earth. Boundless yin and yang energy spread out, carrying an extremely terrifying aura. All the tree trunks that rushed forward were directly annihilated after encountering this destructive energy. As the energy rumbled, Zichen began to condense the yin and yang lightning lotuses. Chapter 2803. Powerful energy surged around Zichen, and the ancient Tree King's attack couldn't get close. Zichen stood in the center of the surging energy, surrounded by other clones. All the incoming attacks were quickly destroyed. In front of him, a yin-yang lightning lotus gathered and slowly rotated. The lightning lotus was only the size of a palm, and yin and yang light intertwined on it. The yin and yang energy on Zichen's body continuously gathered towards the lightning lotus. The color of the lightning lotus became darker and darker, and waves of powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, the tree trunks that extended over were all shattered. Just this fluctuation alone was already extremely powerful. Bulai, who was at the back, saw all of this, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Clearly, Zichen was going to use his ultimate move. He had witnessed the power of this lightning lotus with his own eyes. It was extremely powerful. Previously, he had used this move to determine his victory. Chi! The energy in the lightning lotus was still gathering, and the fluctuations were becoming more and more intense. In Bulai's perception, this lightning lotus was much stronger than when Zichen used it previously. The lightning lotus finally gathered to the point where Zichen was almost unable to control it. Its color became darker, and waves of ripples spread out in all directions. Every time the ripples spread out, there would be a flash of light on Zichen's body, dispelling the indiscriminate ripple attack. The space around the lightning lotus was also crazily twisting. Chen raised his head and looked forward. There was violent energy all around him, and more tree trunks came forward, but they were all neutralized by the attacks of his clones. However, the light circulating on the surface of his clones was getting dimmer and dimmer. Clearly, it was about to reach its limit. With a thought, the two clones turned around and each raised their hands to release a wave of energy. The two waves of energy gathered in front of the lightning lotus, forming a light shield that protected the dark-colored lightning lotus. Chen let out a loud shout, and more soul power surrounded the lightning lotus, forcibly controlling it. The powerful fluctuations coming from the lightning lotus stopped at this moment. Chen completely controlled the lightning lotus, but it was very strenuous. Then, under the protection of the light shield, the lightning lotus flew forward. The energy in front of him surged and swept towards the thunder lotus, but it was blocked by the light barrier in advance. A sizzling sound was continuously emitted as the defensive light barrier on the surface of Lei Lian's body rapidly dissipated. The thunder lotus went straight for the ancient Tree King. Just as it was about to reach the ancient Tree King, the defense around the thunder lotus shattered, and the thunder lotus was fully revealed. However, due to the distance between them, Chen's control over the thunder lotus had weakened. Powerful waves of energy once again spread out. The ancient Tree King clearly noticed this scene. The green light on its body erupted again, and more tree trunks flashed with light as they headed toward the thunder lotus. However, these tree trunks were all shattered by the fluctuations of the thunder lotus and were unable to get close to him. Damn it! Seeing this, the ancient Tree King's eyes flashed with coldness. An even thicker beam of green light shot out from its body, heading straight for the yin-yang lightning lotus. Amidst the layers of ripples, the green light was quickly dissipating, but it still persisted until it was in front of Lei Lian. At this moment, the thunder lotus was already unstable. After this energy landed on it, it could no longer hold on and exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying yin and yang energy spread out in all directions from where the thunder lotus had exploded. The world instantly lit up as a blinding brilliance appeared. The area within a radius of thousands of feet was completely enveloped by this terrifying energy. Chen had already used teleportation to retreat a moment ago. Before the lightning lotus exploded, he was still able to control it. However, once the lightning lotus exploded, the power it produced would be an indiscriminate attack. Even he would have to dodge. Bu Lai dodged far away and even ran faster than him. Both of them could escape in time, but for the immobile ancient Tree King, it could only take this attack head-on. It raised its strongest defense to block this destructive attack. Buzz! The void trembled. A green light shone down from the ancient Tree King's body. This light formed a defensive light barrier to block the destructive energy. Bulai retreated into the distance. At this moment, he looked ahead and saw the ancient Tree King's defense. He was very nervous. This should be Chen's strongest attack. If such an attack could not even break through the ancient Tree King's defense, they could forget about leaving. Amidst the surging energy, the defense formed by the ancient Tree King's body trembled violently. After a breath, the light barrier shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered. The terrifying yin-yang energy directly engulfed the ancient Tree King's body. A mournful scream resounded in the world. This sound was sharp and ear-piercing, but to Bulai it was very beautiful. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Since Chen could break through the defense, it would not be difficult for the two of them to kill the ancient Tree King. At most, Chen would use this kind of attack a few more times. If a few times were not enough, a dozen times would be good. The screams continued, proving that the ancient Tree King was heavily injured and could not withstand this attack. Bulai's mood was very good. A moment later, the terrifying energy gradually dissipated. Zichen and Bulai both looked forward, wanting to see how miserable the ancient Tree King was. They saw that the ancient Tree King was injured. There was a huge gap on the huge tree body, and green blood flowed out from the gap. However, this injury was definitely not serious enough to make him scream. "Are you surprised or disappointed?" the ancient Tree King said with an indescribable, sarcastic expression. It was obvious that it had done it on purpose. Green light flowed on its body, and the wound left by the yin-yang thunder lotus had completely healed. The surging life force could heal all injuries, and for an existence like the ancient Tree King, the most powerful thing was not its combat strength, but its life force. Bulai's expression turned ugly. The move Zichen used earlier was clearly his strongest move, but he did not expect it to still be unable to injure the ancient Tree King. Were the two of them going to stay here forever? Seeing that the ancient Tree King's injuries had healed, Zichen's expression did not change much. This was the real ancient Tree King, the powerful existence that Jono had mentioned. The other party had controlled this forest for so long, and it was unknown how much life force there was in its body. It was natural for it to have such strength. In fact, in Zichen's opinion, the stronger the ancient Tree King was, the happier he would be. Because in the future, Jono would also be so powerful. That would be the greatest defense of his city. There are only 2 of you left here. Even if I give you 1,000 years, you can forget about killing me. The ancient Tree King said proudly. Now, you still have time to escape. If I refine their power and advance again, it will be impossible for you to escape. Run away and enjoy your last miserable moments. Run? Why should we run? Zichen looked at the ancient Tree King and said coldly, "Before I kill you, we won't go anywhere." "Humph, shameless boasting." The ancient Tree King snorted. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll know soon enough." As soon as he said that, Zichen's expression became serious. He pointed at the void. and a ray of light appeared on his fingertip. This was a ray of light that contained the power of yin and yang. It was just a small dot of light that flew toward the void and merged into it. This dot of light looked very ordinary, and there was no powerful aura circulating on its surface. It was even tens of thousands of times weaker than those small thunder lotuses from before. When such an inconspicuous of light flew out, Zi Chen's expression became unprecedentedly serious. Humph, deliberately mystifying things. The ancient Tree King snorted disdainfully. Then a green light flew over, wanting to shatter that dot of light. Swoosh! The green light swept past that dot of light but did not shatter it. It was as if that dot of light was not in the same space as this world. The ancient Tree King let out a cry of surprise and struck again, but it still missed. At this time, the dot of light released a resplendent light. Immediately after, this dot of light sprouted in the void like a seed and slowly grew. In the distance, Bulai was also looking over. His face revealed a puzzled expression because he did not sense any aura fluctuations from this seed. What was the use of such an attack? During this time, the ancient Tree King's attack landed again, but it still could not extinguish this changing dot of light. Zi Chen's expression became more and more serious. His eyes were fixed on that light, and even his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Bulai and the ancient Tree King still could not see anything because the light still did not have any aura change. In fact, all the changes at this moment were happening in Zi Chen's world. At this moment, his world was in turmoil. The place where his energy gathered, the sea of energy, was already boiling. The boiling energy was like steam, rising into the sky and being absorbed by a spinning vortex. On the other side of the vortex was the green light. It could be said that the change of the green light was maintained by Zi Chen's own energy. The green light grew rapidly in the void, and a budding flower bud grew out from the top. The moment this flower bud appeared, the energy in Zi Chen's world quickly gathered in the vortex and flowed crazily. In the outside world, the flower bud, which did not have any aura fluctuations, instantly erupted with a powerful aura. This aura was abnormally powerful and terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it formed an extremely strong fluctuation that spread out in all directions. "Is that a flower?" Bulai's expression changed when he saw this scene. The flower bud had yet to bloom, but the surface of its body was surrounded by the light of yin and yang, and wave after wave of fluctuations spread out. The attacks that followed were all annihilated when they came into contact with the fluctuations. Just the aura released by this flower bud had already surpassed the previous yin-yang thunder lotus. Zi-Chen's expression became more and more serious, and his face was even a little pale. At this moment, just the formation of the flower bud had already consumed too much of his energy. Buzz! At this moment, the flower bud trembled slightly and then bloomed. Chapter 2804. The flower buds bloomed, and destructive waves spread out in all directions. The surrounding tree trunks were all shattered. This was Zi-Chen's greatest improvement after coming to this world. He had refined countless tree hearts, and his control of yin and yang energy had reached an extremely high level. Whether it was the yin-yang fist lights or the big and small yin-yang thunder lotuses, there was still the most basic use of yin and yang energy. There was no skill to speak of. After all he needed to do was to continuously gather energy. Of course, this did not mean that the yin-yang thunder lotus was not difficult. It still tested his control of power, and this blooming flower bud was his greatest gain during this period of time. To be precise, this was still a lotus, and it was developed from the yin-yang thunder lotus. However, it was clearly different from the yin-yang thunder lotus. It was not formed by the compression of yin and yang energy. Instead, it grew freely and had some changes. During the process of the lotus blooming, powerful waves constantly spread out. During this time, the energy in Zi-Chen's world was also rapidly flowing away. More tree trunks flew towards the lotus. When those tree trunks moved forward, they transformed into all kinds of attacks. Some turned into weapons, some turned into battle beasts, some turned into fists, and some turned into palms. These attacks contained powerful auras. They came from all directions, wanting to destroy the two-colored lotus. 1. The lotus continued to bloom. During this time, ripples spread out in all directions. Those incoming attacks were shattered before they could reach the lotus. Zi-Chen had already retreated far away. This kind of wave was also a threat to him. Moreover, this lotus was directly extracted from his world. The degree of danger far exceeded his control. If he controlled it in front of him like the yin-yang thunder lotus, he would be the first to die. Further away, Blake stood there. When he saw this scene, his face was also filled with shock. Obviously, he did not expect Zi-Chen to have such a powerful move. Just that wave alone made him feel a strong threat. What would happen if he was hit by that lotus? He almost did not dare to imagine. At this time, the light of yin and yang lingered above the lotus. It was even more real than the yin-yang thunder lotus that Zi-Chen had gathered. It was like a real two-colored lotus. Seeing that his attack had been destroyed, the ancient tree king's cold eyes turned serious. Facing the two-colored lotus that was about to explode, it took the initiative to raise its defense. 1. However, the moment it raised its defense, an even stronger fluctuation appeared on the blooming lotus. Like ripples on the surface of water, it continuously spread out in all directions, forming an indiscriminate attack. Wherever the shockwave passed, the defensive light shield of the ancient tree king began to tremble, and ripples were triggered. These ripples grew stronger and stronger, and the light barrier gradually began to distort, as if it was withstanding an unimaginable force. Seeing this scene, Bulai's eyes widened. Previously, when Zi-Chen had used the yin-yang lightning lotus, his attack had only reached this level. Now, The ripples that spread out from the two lotuses were actually this strong. Boom! Just as he was feeling incredulous, the defensive light shield exploded, and the ancient tree king appeared again. Its eyes were filled with shock, and there was even a hint of fear. Buzz! A tremor came from the front, and another shockwave spread out. This shockwave was like a materialized sharp blade cutting in all directions. Some small cracks seemed to have appeared in this space, and the ancient tree king in front let out a miserable cry. A deep crack appeared on its body, and the light on the surface of its body dimmed a little. This was still just the power of the shockwave. The energy in Zi Chen's world was rapidly flowing away, and the two-colored lotus finally bloomed completely. In an instant, the world was filled with the colors of yin and yang. A powerful and suffocating aura erupted from the two-colored lotus. Zi Chen's face turned pale. To display such a lotus, not only did he consume a lot of energy, but he also consumed a lot of his soul. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the world opened, and the power of the rules appeared, controlling the two-colored lotus to move forward. When the lotus moved forward, there were still ripples spreading out in all directions. The ancient tree king's attack in fear was directly shattered. Bulai, who was behind, held his breath and stared nervously ahead. Whether or not he could kill the ancient tree king this time depended on this battle. With the ripples opening a path, the two-colored lotus arrived in front of the ancient tree king without any hindrance, and then crashed into the ancient tree king's body. Buzz! A tremor came from the lotus, and in the next moment, the lotus burst into pieces. A tremor came from heaven and earth, and the boundless light of yin and yang scattered in all directions. The world lost its original luster, and there was only the boundless light of yin and yang. It was as if this world, full of vitality, had become a world of yin and yang in an instant. The vitality disappeared and was replaced by destructive energy. The only thing that did not fit in with this world was the ancient tree king's shrill scream. This time it was no longer a deliberate act, but a true sense of death. The power of yin and yang continued to wreak havoc and raged. Bulai, who was dyed in the colors of yin and yang, was shocked, but at the same time there was a strong sense of fear in his heart. Those experts who had died earlier were extremely unwilling in their hearts. However, if they were to witness this scene, they would probably not have such thoughts anymore. If Zi Chen had directly used this attack, no one would have survived. At this moment, they were already very far away from the battlefield, but Bulai could still feel a strong sense of danger from the fluctuations that spread out. The violent power of yin and yang lasted for a long time before gradually dissipating. During this time, the ancient tree king's scream was so weak that it could no longer be heard, as if it had already died. The yin and yang energy dissipated, and the ancient tree king's figure appeared. A huge gap had appeared on its thick tree roots, and this gap almost penetrated the entire tree trunk. The green light that was originally emitting from its body had completely dimmed, and even the crystal-clear fruits were no longer shining, but they did not wither and shrivel. The ancient tree king was dead. Whether it was Zi Chen or Bulai, they could no longer sense the slightest bit of aura from each other. That move was indeed powerful. Bulai was extremely shocked and planned to go forward. "You stay here!" Zi Chen's voice suddenly sounded as he walked forward. Bulai was startled when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. He only wanted to see if the ancient tree king was really dead, not to snatch those spirit fruits. However, it was obvious that Zi Chen had misunderstood him. However, there was no point in explaining. He just stood there and tried not to cause a bigger misunderstanding. Zi Chen walked forward. At this moment, his face was pale and sweat was dripping from his forehead. He had consumed a lot of energy. Not only energy, but also soul. The previous attack had consumed nearly 1/5 of the energy in his sea of energy, and nearly 80% of his soul power. In other words, he could only use such an attack once, and then he would be very weak. He believed that at the same level, no one other than him could use such a move, because no one would have so much energy in their body for the lotus to consume. Of course, this was also because Zi-chan was not familiar with this move. During this period, a lot of energy was wasted when the lotus grew. He believed that after he became proficient, this energy consumption would improve. He flew forward and arrived in front of the ancient Tree King. At this moment, the ancient Tree King was not completely cut off. A long saber appeared in his hand, and he was ready to cut it in half. Cutting off its body naturally meant that the ancient Tree King was dead. Last time, when he reached this step, Goots and the others had stopped him. However, at that time, even if they did not stop him, Zi-chan would not be able to kill the ancient Tree King. However, that might not be the case now. The yin-yang light on Zi-chen's body flashed again, and he rushed forward with his saber. Buzz! The saber trembled, and a saber light flashed as it was about to slash forward. At this moment, the ancient Tree King's body burst out with a strong light again, and then a sharp sound rang out. Boundless green light enveloped Zi-chen. Zi-chen's attack stopped, and his entire body froze in midair as if he was frozen. Seeing this scene, Bulai's expression changed drastically. Clearly, he did not expect the ancient Tree King to have such a move. At the same time, he felt abnormally ashamed. Clearly, Zi-chan did not let him go forward, not because he was worried that he would snatch the fruits, but because he was worried that he would be ambushed by the ancient Tree King. It was not that Zi-chen had misunderstood him, but that he had misunderstood Zi-chen. At this moment, both Zi-chen and the ancient Tree King were motionless. Clearly, they were fighting on another battlefield. Bulai gritted his teeth and rushed forward without hesitation. Since he could not help Zi-chen on the other battlefield, he would help him on this one. He would directly cut off the ancient Tree King's roots, and he believed that it would not be able to become stronger again. As Bulai rushed forward, Zi-chen's consciousness came to another space. In this space, there was a towering ancient tree. Die! A cold voice came from the towering ancient tree. It was the ancient Tree King. Zi-chen looked up at the towering ancient tree and sneered, "You really have such a move!" As his voice fell, a light flashed on his body. First, a golden light appeared, followed by a divine light. After the divine light, a green light appeared. As the green light flashed, another light that contained many rules appeared. These 4 rays of light represented 4 different souls. One was Zi-chen, one was a clone, one was Jono, and the last was the broodmother. Jono was very clear about some of the ancient Tree King's methods, so he naturally told Zi-chen to be wary of the ancient Tree King's soul attack. In other words, Zi-chen had been waiting for this move from the ancient Tree King. After these 4 different souls appeared, they quickly flew into the sky. Then the 4 soul powers converged, forming a 4-colored light soared in midair and slashing toward the ancient Tree King. Buzz! The light sword trembled as it moved forward, releasing a powerful soul aura. The ancient Tree King, who was shining with a green light, let out another scream, and its entire body collapsed with a bang. In the outside world, Zi-chen, who had paused, shone with light again. On the blade in his hand, the power of yin and yang gathered again and slashed forward. Swish! The blade light slashed through the ancient Tree King's body, and the green light on its body instantly dimmed. At the same time, its entire body was cut in half. It was dead. Chapter 2805. Bulai had just rushed to the front of the ancient Tree King, but before he could strike, the saber light behind him swept past the ancient Tree King's body. The last connection on the ancient Tree King's body was cut off by the saber. He was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Zi-chen sheathing his saber. There was no damage. "Are you okay?" Bulai looked at him and said in disbelief. After all, the ancient Tree King had come so aggressively just now. I'm fine, Zichen said with a smile. His voice was a little low, and his aura was clearly weakened. A strange sound came from behind. Bulai turned around and saw the ancient Tree King's body, which was taller than a mountain peak, falling down. Zichen opened his world, and a huge black hole appeared out of thin air. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and a powerful suction force came from it. The ancient Tree King's body was swallowed by the black hole. Bulai did not say anything when he saw this. The ancient Tree King was killed by Zichen. Fortunately, the battle was over, and they could finally leave. If not for Zichen, they might not have been able to leave, right? After putting away the ancient Tree King's body, Zichen's soul power immediately weakened. His body flashed and he disappeared. Bulai was the only one left in this world. In the entire world, he was the only one left. He looked at the endless tree roots in front of him and sighed. At this moment, the void above the sky suddenly began to distort, and a huge vortex appeared. In the center of the vortex, a ray of light fell. The light fell, forming a passage. It was the passage to leave. I can finally go out. Looking at the passage, Bulai heaved a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous to come here. Fortunately, everything was over. Although he did not help Zichen greatly this time, his mission was completed. At least Zichen was not in danger, and he would have something to report when he returned. In Zichen's world, Jono looked at the ancient Tree King's huge corpse and felt the pressure that still affected his soul. He was in disbelief. In its heart, the ancient Tree King, who was invincible to the point of being undefeatable, was actually killed just like that. In this battle, Zichen had used his own strength to kill a group of experts and the ancient Tree King. He had expended a lot of energy. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly sitting, cross-legged to recover. A light flashed at the side, and the brood mother appeared. It looked at the huge corpse of the ancient Tree King, and its eyes became extremely hot. It was not interested in the ancient Tree King's soul, but it was drooling over that enormous life force. Clearly, this life force was much more abundant than the life force of an ordinary ancient tree. Most importantly, this life force was much more abundant and of a higher grade. Once it was refined, it would definitely be able to grow again. In addition, the death of the ancient Tree King had another meaning to it. That was to return. It could finally return to its original world and develop its own forces. There were already many mother nests around it, and it could easily form an army. It wanted the army to grow faster so that it could achieve its goals. At this time, not only did Zichen consume a lot of energy, but this world also consumed a lot of energy, so it would take a long time to recover. Zichen's soul was the first to recover. He opened his eyes and saw the huge corpse of the ancient Tree King in front of him. He was very satisfied. There were also fruits hanging on it, and there were no less than 10,000 of them. They did not shrink or dry up. This was a huge gain. The ancient Tree King's soul was also among them, which was even greater than the fruits, because this was something that could quickly break through and advance. Swoosh! His figure flashed and appeared in the outside world. Bly was still standing there. Seeing Zichen come out, he looked at Zichen and said, "You've recovered." Zichen nodded. Then he saw the passage to leave, and his expression changed slightly. "It's time to go. I can feel that this passage is very unstable, and it seems that it will disappear soon." Bly saw the change in Zichen's expression and seemed to have guessed his plan, so he said, "Once it disappears, it will be difficult to get out again." Hearing Bly's words, Zichen's face showed regret. He had planned to stay here for a long time to improve his strength by leaps and bounds before leaving this place. After all, after leaving this place, he would have new enemies. Obviously, this idea was ruined. "Let's go." Bly looked at Zichen. "Wait." Zichen hesitated for a moment. Then his figure flashed and entered the world again. "Jono, I'm going to leave." You have to think carefully whether you want to leave with me or not. If you want to stay here, then from now on, you will be the king here, the only king." After Zichen entered the world, he found Jono, who was traveling in his world, and said to him. Jono stopped and looked at Zichen. Becoming a king had always been his dream. However, this time, this dream was right in front of him. He was just one step away from achieving it. However, he shook his head and refused without hesitation. "I've already decided to leave with you. You can become a king here," Zichen said. He did need Jono's help, and he hoped that Jono would leave with him. But when it came to this, he did not want to lead Jono, because once he left this place, he would never be able to return. "The world is big, I want to see it." Jono's eyes looked into the distance, his expression full of yearning. This was something it had decided to do after walking for a while in Zichen's world. He had not explored Zichen's world, and he had not seen many strange creatures. What about the bigger world outside? He wanted to see it. "Okay, since you've decided, we'll leave now." Zichen reappeared, but this time he had more than 300 spirit fruits in his hand and an ancient tree king soul. They were all sealed, and Zichen handed them to Bly. "What's the meaning of this?" Bly looked at him in confusion. "Reward," Zichen said. Bly did not understand. "Reward for coming here to help me," Zichen said again. Bly shook his head and said, "Of course, someone will pay for my reward." Zichen said with a smile, "Then consider it a reward. Take it. Or do you mean you want to share the ancient tree king with me?" Hearing this, Blake smiled and could only accept the rewards that Zichen handed over. These things were already enough for him to break through to the next level. So he smiled and said, "Thank you very much." The two of them walked toward the passage, and Zichen asked, "Who wants to kill me?" Bly shook his head and said, "I don't know, but after you came to this world, someone has been watching you and has been looking for you." Zichen asked, "After I came here, I didn't feel the location of the camp from the black token. Did someone do something?" Bly thought for a moment and said, "That's impossible. Maybe your realm was too low at that time, so you couldn't sense it. If you go out now and can't feel it, there should be a problem." The two of them came to the front of the passage and entered at the same time. Buzz! With a tremor, a suction force came from the light shield, and the two of them disappeared. In a dense forest in the general level battlefield, several war beasts were wandering in the forest board. They did not fight with each other. They had come here many years ago. It was said that there was an opportunity here, but when they came to this area, the opportunity had disappeared, so they stayed here. At the same time, many Protoss and Divine clans stayed. After the opportunity disappeared, a war broke out. During this time, some died, some fled, and some died. In the end, only these war beasts were left here. Today, the space above the sky suddenly distorted, and a huge vortex appeared. After all the war beasts felt this abnormal fluctuation, they all looked up. In the vortex, two people appeared. If they guessed correctly, these two Protoss should have entered that place of opportunity. After so many years, they finally came out. In an instant, the eyes of these war beasts flashed with cold, killing intent. They also had high intelligence and knew how to snatch the things of the Protoss. Even if they could not snatch them, they could still gain a lot by devouring them. Just as these war beasts showed cold, killing intent in their eyes, Zichen and Bly also noticed these war beasts below. A touch of disdain flashed in Bly's eyes. His aura surged, and he released the aura of a 7th-level warrior. A 7th-level warrior in the Black Order battlefield was an extraordinary existence. When he returned to the world of the Protoss, his status was no less than that of an 8th-level divine general. After feeling the aura of a 7th-level warrior, these war beasts, who were generally 5th or 6th-level war beasts, showed a touch of fear in their cold, killing intent. Swoosh! At this moment, a ray of light quickly rushed into the sky. Its target was Zi-Chin, who was beside Bly. Sensing this scene, Zi-Chin was slightly stunned. Bly shook his head and smiled. Although Zi-Chin was a 5th-level warrior, he was stronger than him in terms of combat power. The space beside Zi-Chin was distorted, and a ray of divine light appeared. Before this ray of light arrived, the divine light hit the opponent's body and passed through it. Poof! A figure appeared in the light. It was a war beast that was good at speed. At this time, its vitality had disappeared. The divine light returned to Zi-Chen's side and then disappeared. Zi-Chen waved his hand and collected the war beast's corpse. This kind of thing could also be exchanged for resources in the camp. In the camp of the Black Order battlefield, the quality of the resources that could be exchanged was also the highest. It could not even be exchanged outside. This was also why so many strong people, who already had status, wanted to exchange their contribution points for the Black Order to come here and take the risk. After killing a 6th-level war beast with a single blow, the other war beasts showed a look of fear in their eyes. They fled in panic. "Let's go." "We'll go directly to the camp," said Bly. Zi-Chin nodded and followed Bly. The two flew directly in the air. Although this was a bit ostentatious, it was also the fastest. Perhaps it was because of good luck they did not encounter any attacks along the way. After coming out, Zi-Chin took out the Black Order again and sensed the location of the 2 camps from it. Obviously, he could not sense it before because his level was too low. Chapter 2806. In this Black Order level battlefield, there were a total of 2 camps. Zi-Chen and Bly went to the closest one. This camp was very large, and it looked like a small city. There were tall and thick walls around it, and a light shield surrounded by divine light was protecting this camp. This scene looked almost the same as the cities in the divine realm. Zi-Chin had a look of doubt in his eyes. Could this be the city of some expert? This is indeed a city, just like the cities in the divine realm. However, the owner of the city is not fixed. Bly said, "Change." Zi-Chan was confused. Bly nodded and said, "Yes, the city will not change, but the owner of the city will always change. To become the owner of the city, one must be a ranked divine general." Ranked divine general? When Zi-Chin heard this, his expression changed slightly. Of course, he knew about ranked divine generals. In the entire divine realm, ranked divine generals were the strongest. There were only 108 of them. There are only 108 ranked divine generals in the divine realm. During this period, the competition will be fierce. Naturally, the rankings will change. Some will advance and some will drop out. Of course, there are also some who have entered the Divine King realm and no longer occupy this spot. Bly looked ahead and said, "This city has always been here, but the owner of the city is always changing. Of course, almost every new owner will be able to hold the fort for tens of thousands of years. The current owner is Divine General Bar, who used to be Divine General Bo. However, he was injured and his combat strength decreased, so he has already dropped out of the Divine Generals." At this moment, there were Divine Race members flying out of the city. The lowest realm among them was at least level 5. To be able to obtain a Black Order at level 5, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. Of course, to the current Zi-Chin, they were no longer a threat. "Let's go," Bly said. Zi-Chin nodded and followed Bly to the camp. Zi-Chen's goal was simple. He wanted to exchange all his gains for contribution points, and then use them to exchange for resources before leaving. The resources in the Black Order battlefield could not be exchanged in the outside world. They were unique to this place. It had been many years since he left the Divine Realm. He did not know how everyone was doing. After entering God City, Zi-Chen saw one building after another. Bly pointed at the buildings and said, "Once you reach the 3rd level of the Black Order, you have the right to live here for a long time." These small buildings are almost all the private residences of the Black Order Level 3. Black Order Level 3? Are there different levels of Black Orders? Zi-Chin asked in confusion. Of course. The Black Order is divided into 5 levels, the simplest of which is to kill 10 Level 5 to promote to Level 1, 10 Level 6 to promote to Level 2, 10 Level 7 to promote to Level 3, 10 Level 8 to promote to Level 4, and 10 Level 9 to promote to Level 5. Bly continued, Of course, this is just the simplest conversion method. There are other calculations as well. For example, if you kill 10 Level 5s and then kill 100 Level 5s, you'll be promoted to Level 2. Zi-Chin said, It's that complicated. Bly smiled and said, This isn't complicated, it's fine. One had to know that in this Black Order battlefield, everyone was at the Black Order rank and had special techniques. How difficult would it be to kill 10 people of the same rank? Of course, people like you can't be compared with ordinary Black Order ranks. In fact, Black Order ranks were very powerful, but Zi-Chen's fighting strength was so strong that Black Order ranks were nothing in his eyes. They were completely slaughtered. Bly pointed to the tallest building in the city and said, That's the place where you can exchange resources. At the same time, it's also the place where you can check your contribution and trade. During this period, the higher your Black Order rank is, the greater the discount when you buy things. Then how do you know the level of the people you kill? I'm afraid you'll make a mistake if you just look at the corpses, won't you? Zi-Chin asked. Use the Black Order. Everyone will have a black token on their body, and this black token will record the person's realm. Looking at Zi-Chen's puzzled look, Bly smiled and said, If you don't believe me, you can try activating your Black Order. Zi-Chin took out his general level Black Order and tried to transfer energy into it. The next moment, the Black Order emitted a light, and Zi-Chen's realm level appeared from it. This scene made Zi-Chin extremely surprised. Bly smiled and said, Why don't you try something else? Hearing this, Zi-Chin took out another Black Order he had obtained. After transferring energy into it, he saw the information of a 5th level Heavenly General appear on it. After taking out another one, the information of a 6th level Heavenly General appeared on it. How can this be? Zi-Chin didn't understand and asked, Could it be that the black token is a special monitoring system used to detect cultivation levels? Bly shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe this is the meaning of the Black Order battlefield. The two sides will exhaust each other and then abide by some rules at the same time. Oh, I forgot to tell you that only the Black Orders of the enemy forces can be exchanged for contribution points. The Black Orders of the same camp are useless and prohibited. As for the contribution points in the Black Order, you can't transfer them. Why? This is to prevent people of the same camp from killing each other. You can't get any benefits from the Black Order. So naturally, it can reduce a lot of disputes. At this time in Zi-Chen's world, all of his doppelgangers appeared. They took out the divine space rings they had obtained this time, opened them one by one, and began to search for the Black Orders in them. This time, in addition to the divine space rings Zi-Chin had obtained, after killing the ancient Tree King, Zi-Chin had also found many divine space rings when he extracted the other party's soul. Obviously, those were the experts that the ancient Tree King had killed. It had refined the energy of those people, but it had left these divine space rings behind. Almost all of these divine space rings had Black Orders, and some of them could be exchanged for contribution points by Zi-Chin from the enemy camp. The two of them quickly arrived at the place where they could exchange for contribution points. There were many heavenly generals here, and when they saw the two of them enter, their expressions did not change much. Bly led Zi-Chin into the exchange area with familiarity. There were small independent rooms there, and there were numbers outside each room. This way. Bly led Zi-Chin to the room with the number 9. If there are restrictions outside these doors, it means that there are people inside and we can't go in. It's also easy to tell when the numbers are glowing. It means that there are people inside. Zichen looked up and saw that number 9 was dim. He glanced at the numbers in other places, and some of them were dim, while others were glowing. Blai pushed the door open and entered, and Zichen followed behind. After entering the room, Zichen saw that there was only one table in the room. An old man sat behind the table, and he looked up at the two of them. "Blai, you're still alive?" The old man was surprised to see Blai. "Do you think I'll die so easily?" Blai stepped forward, annoyed. "I heard that you found a spiritual battle world, and many people went there. You disappeared for so long, so you must have gone there, right?" The old man asked. "Of course. Otherwise, why wouldn't I have come to exchange for contribution points for so long?" Blai said with a little pride. "So the spiritual battle world is closed? Everyone else is back?" The old man asked, and there was a slight change in his eyes. "You can say that," Blai said. "Then you don't know the rules?" The old man looked at Blai and said meaningfully. Blai said angrily, "Only the two of us came back alive, and I came here as soon as I entered the city. How is that not knowing the rules?" The old man revealed a wisp of surprise, and then he sized Zichen up and said, "Oh, so you're saying that you've gained a lot this time?" Blai pointed at Zichen and said, "I didn't have a big harvest, but he did." Then he looked at Zichen and said, "They all serve the realm of the gods. If they exchange for more contribution points, it will be good for them too. Don't worry, no matter what price the others pay, this old man will pay the same. He will not treat you badly, and he will even take care of you. I've always been here to trade, and he has never cheated me." Zichen nodded, and then took out his black token. "It's just a normal black token. What do you want to exchange for contribution points?" The old man looked at Zichen. Zichen's hand flashed, and 5 black tokens appeared. Seeing the 5 black tokens, the old man's eyes flashed with surprise. It was rare to see someone who could take out 5 black tokens for the first time. Whoosh! Zichen's hand flashed again, and another 5 black tokens appeared. 10 black tokens were enough to upgrade an ordinary black token. It was not bad to have an upgraded customer, but this was obviously not the end. Zichen's hand flashed again, and another 5 black tokens appeared, and then another 5 black tokens. The old man was very surprised when 20 black tokens appeared on the table. He sat up straight and looked at Zichen. Following that, Zichen took out another 20 renminbi for each 5 renminbi. The old man's eyes were filled with surprise. He could see that Zichen's black tokens were the most ordinary ones, and they did not even have a single contribution point. And it was obviously his first time here, and he did not expect him to take out 20 black tokens. Did this mean that he had killed 20 people of the same level? When Zichen took out 60 black tokens, the astonishment in the old man's eyes turned into amazement. When it was 100 black tokens, it turned into shock. When it was 135 black tokens, it turned into shock. Even if these black tokens were all level 5, it was enough for the other party to upgrade the token to level 2. This was already a big customer. Not only that, it was the other party's first time here, and he had already gained so much. That was really amazing. Blai saw the old man's expression change and wanted to laugh. If this old man knew that Zichen only took out a part of it, how would he feel? This time there were many people from the divine tribe who came to the spiritual battlefield, and no matter how those people died, their black tokens ended up in Zichen's hands in the end. It could be said that Zichen obtained almost 95% of the things in the spiritual battlefield, and he obtained 5% of the remaining 10%. For example, if Zichen killed a level 6, there might be several divine spatial rings in this level 6 space, and there might be several black tokens in these divine spatial rings. Of course, this was under the condition that several black tokens could not be used. If they could be used, Zichen's harvest would be even greater because there were more people from the divine tribe who entered this time. There were a total of 135 black tokens. The old man looked at these black tokens, and his expression fluctuated greatly. Chapter 2807. When the old man heard this, his expression changed again. He was a little surprised. Could it be that there were more? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw Ziqin take out another 5 black tokens. From the appearance of the black tokens, it was impossible to tell the level of the owner when he was alive. However, since Ziqin paused, these black tokens were naturally different from the previous ones. Previously, they were at level 5. This time it was different. Obviously, they were at least level 6. Seeing the old man's surprised expression, Bly smiled and said nothing. 5 black tokens, then another 5. He didn't stop until 48 black tokens. In fact, Ziqin had many level 6 black tokens. However, they were all from the Protoss and couldn't be used. As for the dead creatures, they didn't have any black tokens. Seeing the 48 level 6 black tokens, the old man felt a little dry in his throat. He had never seen or even heard of anyone taking out so many black tokens on their first exchange. No, he had never seen or heard of anyone taking out so many black tokens at once. Even Bly, whom he valued very much, didn't take out so many black tokens at once. Even those ranked divine generals didn't take out so many black tokens at once. These are the last ones left. With a flash of his hand, Ziqin took out another 7 black tokens. These 7 black tokens were all at level 7. After seeing the 7 black tokens, the old man's expression changed again. Ziqin said, "That's all. You can count them." The old man nodded subconsciously. Then he used his spiritual senses to explore the black tokens. One by one, the black tokens began to glow, and the levels on them appeared one by one. The first 100 black tokens were all at level 5. The middle 48 black tokens were at level 6, and the last 7 were at level 7. With just a rough calculation, Ziqin's black token could be upgraded to level 3. Although Bly had expected that Ziqin would gain a lot, he was still a little surprised after seeing so many black tokens. He couldn't help but exclaim, "If others want to upgrade their black tokens, they have to stay here for a long time. If they're not careful, they might even lose their lives. You, on the other hand, upgraded to level 3 in one go. If others knew this, they would be jealous." "I was just lucky." Ziqin smiled. The initial reward for a LV5 black token was 1,000 contribution points. LV6 was 10 times more than LV5. LV7 was 10 times more than LV6. LV8 was 10 times more than LV7. LV9 was 10 times more than LV8. Ziqin's black token was successfully upgraded to level 3. At the same time, he was rewarded with 1,315,000 contribution points. Because Ziqin was a big customer, the old man gave him an additional 35,000 contribution points. As a result, his black token had a total of 35 million contribution points. With so many contribution points, it was definitely a huge number and could be exchanged for a lot of resources. After the black tokens were exchanged for contribution points, Bly looked at Ziqin and said, "If you have anything you don't need, you can exchange them for contribution points." Ziqin nodded. He then took out the items his doppelganger had prepared. Most of his items came from other people's spatial rings, so they were useless to him. He could exchange them for contribution points. In this Black Order level battlefield, there were many special resources that could not be exchanged in the outside world. In addition, there were many high-quality healing pills that could only be found in this place. This was the special care of the Black Order battlefield in the God Realm. All the high-quality items would be left for the people here. After all, they could be said to be the most talented and the strongest people in the God Realm. Among the many spatial rings Ziqin had obtained, there were many things that could be exchanged. For example, the corpses of the battle beasts, and the energy crystals of the celestials after they died. Although these crystals could be refined directly, the effects were not as good as those that were specially refined. It was like spiritual medicine. If they were refined directly, the effects would naturally not be as good as those that were refined using pills. When Zichen left the exchange area, both he and the old man were very satisfied with the exchange. That was an extremely large number of contribution points. The old man might not be able to exchange for that many contribution points in several years. After walking out of the room, Bly said, "The only downside is that the contribution points in the Black Order cannot be transferred. For example, you are only level 5 now. If your Black Order is obtained by someone else, the millions of contribution points in it will not be used at all. And the person who obtained your Black Order can only get 1,000 contribution points from the exchange area. The remaining millions of contribution points will disappear on their own." Zichen nodded. He deeply felt about this. If the contribution points in the Black Order could be transferred, the contribution points he obtained this time would be dozens of times more than what he obtained now. But even so, Zichen was very satisfied with the harvest this time. More than 2 million contribution points. He believed that he could exchange for a lot of good things. "Come with me." Bly knew that Zichen would leave after exchanging for the resources, so he brought him to the exchange area. There were many things here. There were battle skills, cultivation resources, weapons, defenses, and all kinds of high-quality pills. Zichen looked at these things with a bright light in his eyes. These things were not available in Toby City. Not only Toby City, but even the central exchange area was not available. No matter how many contribution points you had, you would not be able to exchange for them outside. Moreover, the things here were most suitable for the battlefield. There were pills that could heal injuries quickly, pills that could restore energy quickly, and other good things. Look at this. It's similar to the tree heart. One costs 20 contribution points. Bly pointed at something that looked like a liquid. Its effect was indeed similar to that of the tree heart. Speaking of tree hearts, there were many in Zichen's world. The tree hearts that those people had obtained were also in his hands after some transactions. Zichen did not exchange for those tree hearts. Even if he did not need them now, he still had many people to support behind him. Naturally, the more the better. Zichen continued to walk forward. He saw many defensive armors, all of which were of good quality. They were difficult to buy in the outside world, but they were not of much use to Zichen. Moreover, the price was very high. Here, one did not need divine crystals to exchange for things, only contribution points. In addition to the armors, there were also weapons. There were also things that could display multiple layers of divine power, but each of them was extremely expensive. After looking around, Zichen did not find any 9 Extremes weapons. He was slightly disappointed. "Are these useless to you?" Bly asked curiously when he saw Zichen keep walking forward. "Not for the time being." At this moment, Zichen saw pieces of crystals placed in front of him. These crystals flickered with the light of laws. They were very bright. "What are these?" Zichen asked curiously. "General level law crystals, unique to the Black Order battlefield." Bly said. In the past, Zichen had also obtained a law crystal. Its function was somewhat similar to the mother nest, but at that time the law crystal could only allow him to reach general level at most. However, these law crystals in front of him were increasingly pure. It was as if many laws had fused together. Even through the seal, he could still feel the rich power of the laws. These are level 5 law crystals. 1 contribution point for 1 piece. 1,000 contribution points for 1,000 pieces. Refining 1,000 pieces may not necessarily allow one to advance. Bly said with some dissatisfaction in his tone. What he meant was that exchanging the life of a Black Order level 5 for just 1,000 law crystals was not worth it. Zichen took out the Black Order in his hand and said, "Doesn't my Black Order have a discount?" 30% off. Why? Do you want to buy these law crystals? Bly looked at Zichen in surprise. Zichen nodded. You're already a level 5 general now, and you don't need these things, do you? Bly meant that Zichen had the spirit fruits left behind by the ancient Tree King. After refining those spirit fruits, he could use them to break through. These law crystals were useless to him. Give me 1,000,000 contribution points. Zichen handed over the Black Order in his hand. There were still some divine generals around. After hearing Zichen's words, they all turned to look at Zichen with surprise on their faces. 1,000,000 contribution points? How rich was he? The Divine Race Service staff was also stunned when she heard this. Seeing Zichen's serious expression, she took the token. After sensing the level of the token, her expression changed, and she said politely, "Level 3 Black Order, please wait a moment." They were all service staff who had been specially transferred to the Black Order battlefield. They didn't have the combat strength of a Black Order. The other divine generals around them were also surprised. Zichen didn't deliberately suppress his realm, so they could clearly sense it. He was only at level 5, so why did he have a level 3 Black Order? It didn't take long for the attendant to bring over 5,000,000 5th-grade law crystals. He couldn't use these things, but others could use them when he went back. After that, Zichen exchanged some high-quality elixirs for others. If they entered the general grade battlefield, no matter what the danger level was, they could naturally use the elixirs. Are you going back to do business? Bly watched Zichen buy a lot of things that were useless to him. Why do you say that? Zichen asked in confusion. Your top priority now should be to buy something that you can use, such as a powerful defensive armor, not these useless things. Although the things here can be exchanged for a sky-high price outside, you'll be using the Black Order battlefield's contribution points. You should know that the resources outside can't be exchanged for contribution points here, Bly said kindly. Zichen nodded and said, I know. I'll take these things back and use them for other purposes. Seeing that Zichen was insistent, Bly didn't say anything else. Soon, Zichen spent all the contribution points he had. He even exchanged the remaining contribution points for crystals. After spending millions of contribution points, Zichen naturally became the focus of all the divine generals. During this time, many people were sizing him up. Zichen's expression didn't change at all in the face of these strange gazes. After buying the things, he left the trading area with Bly. He had already asked Bly if there was a teleportation array to leave here, and he got a positive answer. After walking out of the trading area, Bly looked at Zichen and said, You have a level 3 Black Order. You can apply for a private residence here. Zichen shook his head and said, Forget it. I might not come back here in the future. Not coming back. Why? Bly was stunned. For divine generals, this was the fastest way to improve their strength. Moreover, Zichen's combat strength was so strong that he could fight people above his level. This place was very suitable for experts like him. In Bly's opinion, if Zichen continued to grow, he would definitely be able to become a divine general. This place doesn't suit me. Chapter 2808. Bly had witnessed Zichen's combat strength. He knew that this was the most suitable place for Zichen to grow. He was puzzled as to why Zichen did not want to continue coming here. However, considering that he was only level 4 when he first came here, which was far below the ordinary level, and had been surrounded and attacked all the time, he seemed to understand. In fact, Bly did not know that Zichen was only level 1 general when he first came here. He had only grown to level 5 in the past few hundred years. If it were not for the world he cultivated that allowed him to hide and teleport, he would have died many times over. Zichen had made up his mind to leave, so Bly led him to the teleportation array. This was a Black Order battlefield. Regardless of whether one entered or left, the teleportation array was free. As long as one had a black order, no one would dare to stop them. Wait. However, just as Zichen was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. A person quickly flew over. Zichen and Bu Lai both turned to look at each other. The person who came was also a divine general, but his combat strength was not at the Black Order level. All the service personnel here were not at the Black Order level. This was because the Black Order level was the main force of the Black Order battlefield. Naturally, they would not do service work. These service personnel were sent here after strict screening from the outside world. Of course, the so-called strict screening was closely related to some of the people here. After all, they were paid to work here. Since they were paid, they could exchange for unique resources here. Relatively speaking, this was a lucrative job. Sir, please wait a moment. We need to check your Black Order. The person who came should be the guard leader. He was a level 6 divine general. At this moment, he was very polite to Zichen, who was level 5. Is there such a thing? Before Zichen could speak, Belai spoke up. I'm sorry. This, sir, is a new face, and his aura is obviously different from the Protoss. We need to verify it, the guard leader said apologetically. Can I not leave here without verification? Zichen looked at the guard leader. Sir, please forgive us. This is the case for now. We just need to verify the Black Order. It will be quick. It won't take too long. All right. Zichen took out the Black Order and handed it to the other party. He had already spent all the contribution points in the Black Order, so this thing was useless to him. What others envied, Zichen didn't care at all. The other party took the Black Order and left. Zichen and Blai stayed behind. This has never happened before. In this Black Order battlefield, the Black Order generals have a very high status. Who would dare to casually investigate? Bulai said with dissatisfaction. Don't worry, just wait, Zichen said lightly, looking around. The black token belonging to Zichen quickly fell into the hands of Divine General Baowei. After seeing this piece of Black Order that had been upgraded to level 3, his face clearly showed an expression of disbelief. To actually rise to level 3 in one go, this is really unprecedented. He held the token in his hand and exclaimed. He looked at the Divine General in front of him and asked, Did anyone check what level of black token he used to level up? We did, but we couldn't find anything, said the Divine General below. Why couldn't you find anything? Divine General Baowei asked in confusion. It said that the person who received Zichen was one of Divine General Baolei's men. He blocked all information, but we found that after Zichen came out, he had several million contribution points in the Black Order. Several million contribution points? Did he kill everyone in there? Divine General Baowei frowned. It said that only the 2 of them came out alive. The Sky Race and the Living Race didn't make it out alive either. Although no one knows the details, to be able to get so many contribution points in one go and even raise the Black Order to level 3, that seems to be the only reason. The Divine General below asked, My lord, he's about to leave now. Once he leaves, we won't be able to control him anymore. Control? Divine General Baowei said, Locus, did I say that I wanted to control Zichen? That Locus was stunned. We only gave him some small obstacles. Now that he has broken through all the obstacles, it has nothing to do with us anymore. Isn't he going to leave? Then let him go. Divine General Baowei tossed the Black Order to Locus and said, Since it's a conflict outside, then let them settle it outside. We, the Black Order battlefield, will not participate in this matter. I understand. Locus bowed to Divine General Baowei, then turned and left. Divine General Baowei watched Locus leave until he disappeared from his sight. Zichen waited for a full 15 minutes, but that person still didn't take out the Black Order. He watched one divine general after another leave with the Black Order, and his expression gradually changed. Bulai stood to the side, waiting somewhat anxiously. Usually so many people leave this place? Zi-Chin suddenly asked. Bulai was stunned. He turned his head to look at the teleportation array and saw two people standing there. When Bulai looked at them, the two hurriedly looked away and disappeared. Bulai turned his head and looked not far away. He saw another person arrive and walk toward the teleportation array. Usually people leave, but it's definitely not like today. Bulai's expression didn't change. He transmitted his voice through his spirit. It seems that you've been targeted. The seizure of the Black Order's token must be intentional. I'll accompany you this time. There's no need for that. I can take care of these small problems. Zi-Chin smiled faintly. As long as he left the Black Order battlefield, he would have nothing to fear in the outside world. The guard leader who had taken his token finally appeared. He quickly came over and said in an embarrassed tone, "Sir, I've kept you waiting. You can leave now." Zi-Chin took the token and nodded. "You really don't need me to accompany you?" Bulai asked. "You're not a girl." Zi-Chin made a rare joke. Then his eyes turned cold. "Once we're outside, it's my home ground." He waved at Bulai. After showing the Black Order, he turned and entered the Black Order battlefield. "Whenever you want to leave, you can find me in Toby City. If you're here all the time, we'll meet again." Zi-Chin said, "Okay." Bulai nodded. Buzz! The light trembled, and Zi-Chen's figure disappeared. With a flash of divine light, Zi-Chen arrived outside. When the guards outside saw another person appear from the teleportation array on the Black Order battlefield, their faces were also filled with surprise. Usually, people rarely came out of the Black Order battlefield. But today, more than a dozen people had appeared. The people who appeared here were obviously Black Order battle generals. The guards immediately saluted with a respectful attitude. "It's you." As soon as Zi-Chin stepped out of the teleportation array, he heard a cry of surprise. He turned his head and saw a guard looking at him in shock. Zi-Chin remembered this guard. He was the one who had sent him away and told him to pay attention to some things. When the guard saw Zi-Chin again, he was very surprised. Zi-Chin nodded at the guard, then walked out. "Old fan, do you know this lord?" After Zi-Chin left, a guard asked, "He's the one I told you about last time. He got the Black Order and became a Black Order Divine General. I didn't expect him to break through to the 5th level in just a few hundred years." The Divine General was shocked, not only because Zi-Chin came out alive, but also because Zi-Chin had reached the 5th level in just a few hundred years. This advancement speed was a little too terrifying. The other guards obviously heard that a general entered the Black Order battlefield, but in their opinion, that person was already dead. They didn't expect him to come out alive. "Didn't you say that someone deliberately targeted him?" "It's amazing that he can come out alive," a guard said. "So many people came out today, including him. Could it be that the appearance of those Black Order Divine Generals has something to do with this lord?" Another guard muttered. As soon as this was said, some people agreed. Could it be that those Black Order Divine Generals are all here to kill that lord? Just as the guards were having this thought, they heard a cry of surprise from afar. "There are Black Order Divine Generals fighting outside. Go and see or you'll miss it." This cry of surprise made the Divine Generals who were about to enter other battlefields stop and quickly fly out. "So it's true." The guards looked at each other, and they were a little tempted. "I'll go and see." That guard fan flew out. "I'll go and see too." Another guard followed behind. During this time, there were also guards flying out from the teleportation formations in other places. It was very rare to see a battle between Black Order Divine Generals. They almost represented the strongest fighting force among those of the same level. These Divine Generals quickly flew out of the city and saw people confronting each other in the sky. It's that lord. They're really here to kill him. That guard fan saw Zichin at a glance. Around Zichin, there were 13 divine generals with powerful auras. The lowest level among them was level 5, and the highest was level 6. A group of Black Order divine generals fighting one person, which shocked the spectators who knew the truth. In fact, every divine general of the Black Order was a treasure to the Protoss. Under normal circumstances, they were forbidden from fighting. Normally, they were not allowed to fight even if they were outside the city. However, for some reason, no one came out to stop them today, as if they had silently agreed to this scene. Hand over the things on you, and we'll spare your life. In front of Zichin, a level 6 divine general said coldly. Zichin glanced at them, and after sensing their dense killing intent, he said plainly, "You're not here for those things, right?" The Black Order divine general's expressions did not change, as if they did not understand what Zichin meant. The level 6 divine general said again, "If you don't want to hand them over, then let's see what you're capable of. Meme, you go and test his skills." The battle was about to happen, and the other divine generals around were also on high spirits. Although a group of people surrounded one person, it was a one-on-one battle. The other divine generals around did not feel frustrated, and instead looked forward to it. If a group of people attacked, the battle would definitely end in an instant, and it would be meaningless. A one-on-one battle like this was the best. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.